Call to order the November 19th, 2024 Pinole City Council meeting. And if you'll please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. With that, I will read the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people, who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land of home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. So with that, can we have roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Mayor Toms.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sasai.
Here.
Perfect timing. Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
City Manager Young.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, November 14th at 4:45 p.m. with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. I would like to note that the staff reports for items 9F and 12A were reposted on the website after publication to correct a formatting issue, and page 3 of the attachment for item 12A was corrected. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have no closed session items, so we'll skip down to item number 6, which is citizens to be heard. And do we have any public comments, please?
No, there are no public comments.
Okay. All right, moving along. Next, reports and communications. The mayor's report. Since we did not meet for, we skipped our first meeting in November, I have a number of items, and I will start with, right after our last meeting, I did attend the Cal Cities Conference. I attended a number of sessions related to energy, electrification issues, not only with electrification, at the where people need it, but also transmission, and how there's two areas that need to catch up as we move forward to use more electrical energy from the grid. I will also note that I attended, where they have a number of vendors. And one of the vendors that I spoke to and wanted to highlight for public works staff is street lighting, whether it's for pedestrians or streets. There's a lot of new technology out there that is solar, can replace poles, replace on poles, the fixtures and things like that. So that's something to keep an eye on, out for pedestrian safety and for vehicular safety that I wanted to highlight. And then we've had, since our last meeting, we've had 2 East Bay Wildfire Coalition meetings, and at the last meeting, we approved a tentative budget, and this is all contingent on the various jurisdictions approving their ask. And for Pinole, ours was only $3,000 for fiscal year 25. The cities of Oakland and Berkeley have a much higher ask, and then the county of Contra Costa and Alameda have even higher asks, but the cities have a very small contribution. And we've only approved the budget for this current fiscal year because the budget for Oakland was much higher, and they're looking at some financial issues, so they were not able to commit to next fiscal year, but that'll be coming up. October 24th, I attended with Councilmember Murphy the MCE workshop, and I would just highlight that we did have a field review to go see the Pittsburgh Unified School District all-electric transportation facilities, and also they have a solar wind energy program on one of their sites. So that was really interesting. I participated in the Pinole Valley High School Homecoming Parade and Ellerhorst event for Halloween. I was able to participate in welcoming a new fire truck at Station 73, and I've seen on social media that a number of new fire trucks were delivered all over Con Fire's district, so we were one of several. I want to congratulate us and staff on the passage of Measure I. That was a heavy lift, and I think we messaged to the community that we're good stewards of funding, so that was good. I was able to participate in the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day from Amber Schwartz Park to Ellerhorst School last Thursday, and then I attended the Mayor's Conference last week, and there was a report on the Concord Naval Weapons Station project, and that's a project that's going to add over 12,000 residential units to that area, along with 6 million square feet of office, and it will take over the next 30 years to build out. The Mayor's Conference representative to the East Bay Radio Communications Authority reported that the authority will need to fund approximately $64 million in capital equipment replacement, and that includes radio and repeaters over the next 6 to 8 years. The cost for agencies will be increasing incrementally from the current $31 per month per radio to up to $46 within over a 5-year period. So that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on and budget for. And that concludes my report. And I'll turn to our Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And did we want to go to item 7B1 first before council committee reports?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you. We have mayor and council appointments. We have an appointment of 2 council members to serve on the ad hoc Downtown Pedestrian Improvement Subcommittee. And do we have a report, or do folks want to volunteer?
I can give a little information on what this subcommittee will potentially do. Later on today, we're going to be talking about our pedestrian safety pilot, and also talking about part of that pilot program is painting of the crosswalks in downtown Old Town Pinole. And so part of what this subcommittee will do is help us create parameters for applicants that want to be involved in this project. This project is going to be community-based, and so we're actually hoping to partner with community groups and even individuals that are interested in painting these crosswalks with us. So we're going to ask them to start submitting designs. All of this is still very much in the conceptual phase, so this subcommittee will help us design those parameters and then review some of the designs and projects that come back, and then make recommendations, with all of that again coming back to council.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to indicate that I am interested in serving on that committee, but wanted to find out if there's anyone else.
I'm interested.
Anyone else?
I am interested as well. Thank you.
And any others? So we have three volunteers. I will, and I just want to make sure that we have availability to attend meetings. Do we think they're going to be during the day or?
I think a lot of these meetings would most likely be during the day, so that we can coordinate with staff that would be overseeing these projects.
Okay. Does that?
Questions as well.
Yeah.
And then is during the day meeting during business at 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. likely will be the meetings?
Most likely, yes.
And then what is the duration of the ad hoc subcommittee? When does that duration end?
So I would predict that the duration would be no more than 6 months, but I think there's opportunity to potentially extend it if the project continues to grow.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. Still interested?
No, I'm happy to nominate both Mayor Thomas and Councilor Martinez-Rubin for the committee.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you for that. And then we will move down to your report. City Council Committee reports from the Vice Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tom. So this past Thursday, attended the WestCat Board of Directors meeting. The item for board discussion was WestCat's comprehensive operations analysis, which is part of a larger process to really create a roadmap to make sure our services are more effective, more accessible, but eventually getting our ridership to pre-pandemic levels as well. So the analysis itself, the document is a really great document. It has a lot of details about operations, has details about the diversity of our service area. And a part of that process too is also an onboard survey and also an online survey that is currently being drafted right now. Once the general manager for WestCat has it available, we'll be sharing that out with residents. Other than that, only committee meeting that I attended since the last council meeting, so that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's been a long time since we last met, so I did want to, again, thank Cal Cities for organizing a great exposition and conference. Also wanted to thank our city manager, Kelsey Young, for joining us. It's great. It's always fun to be able to see staff at our conferences with us and kind of brainstorm and have some ideas, so thank you for jumping in. And I think we had a really great conversation ourselves, so it's great to spend some time together. I am just getting back from another conference that just happened last week, which is the National League of Cities Summit, which occurred in Tampa, Florida. The National League of Cities is celebrating 100 years of service and advocacy to cities across the nation. It was a really great conference to see and meet other colleagues who are working on different issues, not just in California, but across all 50 states, including Puerto Rico. And territories, I suppose. The excitement of this year, definitely, as it was following up on an election, the excitement of this year was really questions around how cities can work together on the national level to continue to advocate for additional funding. We as a city have really benefited over this last 4 years from funding mechanisms, including the American Rescue Plan Act and the CARES funding that we received. And so it's going to be really important for us and our staff, but certainly us as a council, to continue our advocacy with other cities in California and across the nation to ensure we get the dollars that we need for transportation, housing, water, and many other issues. It was great to be able to also attend different caucus meetings and municipal sessions about issues that are really relevant here in Pinole, including the transition of wastewater treatment plants to recycled water treatment plants, as well as the ever-growing issue of growth in our city that has to do with housing, transportation, and of course pedestrian safety. So looking forward to the next conference, which is actually a lobbying conference in March. I would certainly encourage our council to attend if you're able to. The information is on the National League of Cities website. But again, this is a great, very, very powerful space for cities to come together and continue to advocate to our federal government partners for service and resources. Following up from our last meeting, I did, as I was appointed to the Green Empowerment Zone, I did have a board member orientation with the staff. Just as a brief concept, the Green Empowerment Zone is really a regional committee that builds upon our advantage in Contra Costa County to build a concentration of highly skilled energy industry workers. This committee and regional body is a public agency, and so these meetings will be public and also are available on the county's website. Generally, we've been working on prioritizing additional incentives, tax incentives, grants, loan programs, workforce training programs, and private sector investment for the renewable energy sector. We, as a city, we do have a seat in addition to many other municipalities in Contra Costa County and Solano County, and I look forward to continuing ensuring our voice is there on the board. I'm also grateful for our staff. Thank you, Director Whalen. I heard so many great things from the staff at the county about your meetings with them as well. So again, thank you to our staff for continuing our advocacy around renewable energy and ensuring that, again, that programs like the PEERS program are front and center in terms of how we do that regionally. Of course, wanted to thank all of the voters of Pinole and the region who voted. Period. Whether the turnout was how you wanted, whether someone or ballot measure won the way you wanted, your participation is critical to moving our country forward. So I just wanted to thank every single person who made sure they voted, whether you voted early or the day of. Thank you for getting that ballot in, and of course, thank you to Pinole voters for your exceptional turnout for Measure I. It's really exciting, and that's going to help us as a council serve you better in the next couple of years. So thanks again. And then just two last things. I wanted to just kind of front and center, make sure folks know that our next California State Legislature is starting to arrive. There are still ballots to be counted, but there are folks who are still starting work. One of them is our Assembly member here in the East Bay, Assembly Member Buffy Wicks, who's actually starting who's actually chairing something called a Select Committee on Permitting Reform. This is very applicable to the city of Pinole because many residents have often talked about issues of permitting in the past in our city. I think our last meeting we had a wonderful presentation from our community development team about some of the updates to community permitting that we've done right here in Pinole. And last month I was able to meet with Assembly Member Buffy Wicks about Pinole's advancements and how basically we can continue to do and be a model at the state level. So that was really exciting. We were also joined by MCE, who also talked about some of the work that they're doing in partnership with Pinole and other cities in the county. So I wanted to just, again, reference that for folks in the community, but also for our staff and council, just to kind of think about ways that we can certainly explain to Assembly Member Buffy Wicks our updates, but there is going to be the Select Committee kind of thinking and digging into a broader effort to explore permitting reform across housing, transportation, and clean energy over the next couple of months. And I think it'll be something that'll be quite interesting to our community. So thank you all so much, and looking forward to a great meeting.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Tave.
Yeah, just want to say it's been a little bit of a break. There's a lot of stuff that everybody touched on. Cal Cities, I was able to attend I know we have an agenda item coming up about AI and AI policies. So I know staff has been working on putting something together, but American Canyon had talked a little bit about what trusted sources look like on the internet and how the technology is getting to the point now where you are not insured to be talking to a real person. So just want to caution everybody on the internet. I know there was a news article that came out with a teen that was really diving into a bad situation with an AI bot. And so just want to make sure that all the parents out there and people know that they're monitoring their child's internet usage and how that's going. So I just want to, lots happened, but to touch on that, I just want to make sure that I thank the voters for passing Measure I and trusting us. I really, that vote means trust. And so I just want to say, on behalf of myself, and I think I can speak for the council and staff, is that, we look forward to serving you further. And we we just want to make sure that we encourage you guys to, or the citizens, to communicate with the city. There's a considerable tax measure that's out there, and we need to hear from you. And I think it just helps inform us on moving the city forward and continuing to do great work for you. So I'll leave it there. I know that we have a pretty lengthy agenda, but just want to say thank you to everybody again, and thank you for participating and voting, and really, taking this measure into consideration. I think it was close to, last time I checked, it was like 67%. So we look forward and really happy to be serving you. So thank you. Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. I got to enjoy a number of different community events that have been organized, coordinated, planned by our staff, along with some of the local groups. So ongoing are the monthly cleanups that Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed sponsor, organize. And in October, the event took place at Gateway West, behind Sprouts and adjacent to the creek. And what we got to see was the work of code enforcement and the new fence. That's what it is. 'Cause it's a fence. It's somewhat of a barrier, not an entire barrier, but it's somewhat of a barrier that helps at least hold the litter that we often see in the area between a parking lot next to the bowling alley and the trail where the creek is. So it was great to see that. I recall having talked to our former interim city manager and / chief of police about that, about doing something more with the local business people and the property owner, and consequently, here we are. And so I invite the public to take part in future cleanups. And you can find out when those are by being part or being on the list of the city's Pulse, I want to say Civic Pulse, but it's not Civic Pulse, the Pulse, just the Pulse, which continually informs and provides information about what's going on in the community. Later in the month, earlier in this month, in November, as part of the audience that was largely made up of the public, I got to listen to and observe some of the responses that were given by the police chief candidates, and also got to be part of that via our city manager, Ms. Young. Will be her decision to determine who our next police chief will be. I got to observe and listen and also take part in asking some of the questions of the candidates as they individually responded to those by the public. But also I got to hear what were some of the concerns, at least to the extent that that questions were generated by members of the public. So that was quite telling, and I found it to be helpful, another way to interact with the members of the public. And I was pleased to see new faces, different faces of persons who got to participate. There was, however, one segment of the community, so I'm certain that there will be interest as we get to see who our future police chief will be, that the public will be interested in also meeting with him or her, and we welcome that, since we didn't get to see as many people in that particular venue at that particular time on that given date in November. The staff have been holding, I want to say 3 or 4 years now, the Commissioner Appreciation Day. And as life goes, I was pleased to be part of that and got to see how our commissioners, those who attended, and the staff who represent or who are the liaisons between City Council and those volunteers, to express their appreciation for the service. They are volunteers. As volunteers go, they also have long hours. The residents who are the commissioners on the Community Services Commission and the Planning Commission, both current and former members of those commissions participated. And they do not get compensated other than the service that they provide to the city. Our staff does get compensated, but it doesn't take away from the length and the duration of the meetings that go on into late hours, many times as long well, perhaps not as long as council meetings, but quite lengthy meetings. So thank you all for being part of that. There was a craft fair as well, middle of this month, a couple of days ago at the Senior Center, which I got to enjoy and see some of the vendors that have come from, not only from Pinole, but from neighboring cities. So we, as a city, are on the list of those kinds of events that help bring in the festivities of the season. I encourage all, as a means to get back onto public transportation, to take advantage of this free Richmond to San Francisco ferry service that is offered between now and the end of the year on each Friday of the month. So take advantage of that. It's quite a relaxing and enjoyable ride on public transportation, very convenient. If you can get to the area where the Richmond Ferry docks, there is free parking and very enjoyable, and also gives you an opportunity to see what it would be like to have a stress-free ride between our area in the East Bay and the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we will move to council requests for future agenda items. Does anybody have anything? Yes, Council.
I do, Mayor. Thank you. I wanted to, again, acknowledge the hard work of our staff and our council in moving Measure I forward this season. And I thought that in the next rendition of this act, I wanted to make sure that we continue to create opportunities to engage our residents and certainly inform them of the projections of Measure I as they come in. So I wanted to move that we ask staff to present a plan for early 2025 to have a Measure I. Did I say Measure X? I did. I meant Measure I. Measure I Town Hall. That could be in the form of a special meeting. Actually, I would love multiple options, but just thinking about that, would love to use that space to, again, acknowledge the work that we've done, what got us there, and then also help us engage the public in moving forward to expend those funds as a council.
I'll second.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Just checking in with staff, is that something that can be folded into our budget time period, or you want to have it at the beginning of the year? It could be something that could be tied in with preparing for the budget?
That's what I was thinking, maybe early 2025 to lead into the budget
Okay.
cycle.
So I will say, as staff, we've already been discussing this, and that's definitely something that we're happy to bring forward. And I think there's a few different ways we can do this, both in person and potentially a survey for those that wouldn't be comfortable coming in.
Thank
I
you.
think that sounds great.
Okay, great, thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. I have an item. I would like to draft a letter that is coming from the council to Caltrans and copied to our state legislators, and that is requesting solid barriers, trash barriers on I-80 to prevent trash from coming down onto the on and off ramps and into the creek.
I'll second that.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, I will get to work drafting that. Any other future agenda items? Yes?
Thank you. I'd like to request a presentation by Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed regarding their efforts on creating a creekside park.
And is that something that's already in the works as we are preparing for a grant application? So, okay, all right. And so I'll second that. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All
Thank
right.
you.
Thanks. Any others? Okay,
Mayor, we do have a public comment. Rafael Menes.
yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I would like to ask the council to recognize the Transgender Day of Remembrance, which is tomorrow, November 20th. And seeing as it's not on the agenda tonight, I would also like to take the remaining 2 minutes of my time to read off the names of those who have died in this past year, who were killed for being transgender persons, as noted on glad.org/TDOR Memoriam. Savannah Williams was killed in St. Paul, Minnesota on November 29th. She was 38 years old. Amber Miner was killed in Raytown, Missouri on December 24th. She was 40 years old. Megan Riley Lewis was killed in Bel Air, Maryland on December 27th. She was 53 years old. Lexus Walker was killed in Hampton Roads, Virginia on December 30th. She was 43 years old, and all those were in 2023. Kitty Monroe was killed in Phoenix, Arizona on January 1st, 2024. She was 43 years old. Sasha Williams was killed in Las Vegas, Nevada on January 26th. She was 36 years old. Africa Perea Garcia was killed in San Juan, Puerto Rico on February 2nd. She was 25 years old. Reina Hernandez was killed in Renton, Washington around March 8th. She was 54 years old. Diamond Cherish Brigman was killed in Houston, Texas on March 16th. She was 26 years old. Alex Francis was killed in Salt Lake City, Utah around March 18th. He was 21 years old. Maraxis Medina was killed in Los Angeles, California on March 20th. She was 24 years old. T. Arnold was killed in Hallandale Beach, Florida on April 7th. He was 36 years old. Nevaeh River Goddard was killed in Stowe, Massachusetts on April 10th. They were 17 years old. Star Brown was killed in Raleigh, Tennessee on April 19th. She was 28 years old. Andrea Dorea dos Passos was killed in Miami Beach, Florida on April 22nd. She was 37 years old. Keita B. was killed in Kansas City, Missouri on May 3rd. She was 46 years old. Jaslyn Johnson was killed in Carson City, Nevada on May 6th. She was 18 years old. Tay Dior Thomas was killed in Mobile, Alabama on May 7th. She was 17 years old. Liara Kaylee Tsai was killed in Minneapolis, Minnesota on June 22nd. She was 35 years old. Polly Likens was killed in Sharon, Pennsylvania on June 23rd. She was 14 years old. And there are about 10 more people left. Can I have sufficient time to finish the names? Thank you. Polly Likens was killed in Sharon, Pennsylvania on June 23rd. She was 14 years old. Kenji Spurgeon was killed in Seattle, Washington on July 1st. They were 23 years old. Shannon Boswell was killed in Atlanta, Georgia on July 5th. She was 30 years old. Monique Brooks was killed in Orlando, Florida on July 19th. She was 49 years old. Dylan Gurley was killed in Denton, Texas on July 24th. She was 20 years old. Vanity Willis was killed in Houston, Texas on August 3rd. She was 34 years old. Ty Lathan was killed in Baltimore, Maryland on August 4th. She was 24 years old. Red, also known as Barbie, was killed in Chicago, Illinois on September 8th. She was 25 years old. Kasim Omar was killed in Columbus, Ohio on September 6th. She was 29 years old. Honey Daniels was killed in Rochester, New York on October 3rd. She was 37 years old. And San Coleman was killed in Atlanta, Georgia on October 19th. She was 48 years old. May we remember their memories and who they fought to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Irma Ruport.
Good evening, Mayor, Council staff, and public. Really quick, this year, sometime earlier, I had requested an agenda item for the new director, animal shelter down in the county, a new director that was hired. I believe it was March or April, and I haven't seen it on the agenda. I know that the contract will be renewed sometime this year, I believe. So I would, if we could request presentation. There's a lot of issues out there with our animals and pets in the West County, so I'd appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you.
Do we still have that? That's still on the list?
I will have to check to see
Okay.
if we have that on the list. If a council member requested it, I'm not sure
Okay.
if it was mentioned in a meeting only or if it was requested by
Okay.
council. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We'll look at it.
So we'll just check on the status of that.
Thank you, Mayor. And we do have one more commenter online, Janae B.
Okay, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name's Janae Brownlee, and I've been a citizen of Pinole my entire life. I'm here to talk about the problems I'm having trying to reserve the senior center for a nonprofit event. I know there are reservations being made and events being held at the senior center, and it's advertised on the website. I have applied online, called for help, emailed, and I've also been to the senior center in person to talk with those in charge. The manager that I spoke with told me they were renting to nonprofits only, which my group is, and then she gave me an email to contact yet another person. I did that and was told the room was unavailable to reserve and closed to events, and that they would let me know about upcoming rental information when it opened. This doesn't seem right. Why did the manager redirect me at all if no rentals are happening? Or does she know the rental situation? After more emailing with the second contact, I got more information that doesn't match the website or what I know to be true. I am from Pinole. I know there's a group that meets there almost every Sunday. I also know that in the last month, there was an event held by a nonprofit. I was told there was an event that was put on by the city of Pinole, but I also know that there was a nonprofit event. And I happen to know there's a nonprofit event planned and reserved for early 2025. I'm not sure why. Some people can schedule and some people have to be put on a waiting list. It sounds like they're picking and choosing who can rent, and that is inequitable. Picking and choosing is not a policy. It appears to be preferential. Are you not interested in rental revenue? I'd like to request some clarity on the policy, which is now inaccurate, confusing, and unfair. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonay. And I know that coming back from COVID, we're working on staffing up for the senior center and trying to accommodate all requests. And I had heard a report just last week that that was in process. So we'll have somebody get back to you on that, Jonay. Thank you. Okay, any other speakers? I don't see any online.
No more public comments.
Great. We will move on to city manager report and department staff report.
All right, thank you. So I wanted to just start with saying, as we're moving into having Thanksgiving next week and so forth, I just want to say how grateful I am to be a part of this community and to get to work with this council and with a community that is this engaged and concerned about the health and safety of its citizens, as well as citizens nationally, as we heard based on some public comments tonight as well. So I just wanted to say thank you and just let you know that this is a really, really neat community, and I feel very, very grateful to be here. So moving on, I'm going to kind of jump around on some of my notes a little bit because of that, but we have made a selection on the police chief and are currently working through negotiations and that appointment. I hope to make the announcement by the end of this week. It's possible it may take a little bit longer, so please be patient with us, but we do hope to make that announcement by the end of this week. We had a great event at the police chief meet and greet, and I just want to thank everyone who attended and for all of the information. One of the things that was really interesting for me to see is that all three candidates received a great deal of community support, and there were different preferences more than anything else, but all three candidates are very well qualified, and it was really neat to see the community acknowledge that and resonate with certain individuals. The other piece that I want to mention is this was actually very, very impactful for me to see the types of programs that the community is interested in and the areas that they would like to see strengthened, and also areas that they already feel that police department is doing well. So one thing I want to let everyone know is, regardless of which chief candidate we move forward with, a lot of the programs and priorities that were expressed by the community are still going to be still going to move forward. Doesn't matter which police chief they are. So just rest assured that if we're picking somebody who's not necessarily your candidate, because you really liked a specific program that they were going to move forward, we're still going to be trying to move forward those programs. I also really liked getting to hear all of the feedback about the police department and the police chief. And so as we move forward with our new police chief, I still want to have those conversations, both with the police chief and then also with myself, since they are my direct report, and I want to make sure that we still are doing what the community wants us to do. So just really excited about that. I also want to thank everyone who's been attending my office hours or making appointments with me to bring up questions and ideas. I had the opportunity to speak with Pinole Grove today and to answer some of their questions. And it's been really nice to see sort of what the community priorities are, particularly when it comes to my area of operations and being able to sort of talk that through. So I want to encourage people, if you still want to have those conversations with me, if you'd like me to come out to your group or center or anything along those lines, I'm happy to do that. I am very busy, so I'm trying to schedule those things, but if this is a priority, please let me know, because I would love to be there and would love to schedule that. So I do want to say a quick thank you for, we had a great craft fair event at the senior center, so kudos to community services. That was a great event. We also had our wonderful commissioners appreciation event, so kudos to our city clerk's office and everybody who was able to attend that, and then also with our police chief. All of these events take a lot of staff time, and so it's just wonderful to see how much everybody steps up and how much they get done outside of their regular working hours and on top of everything that they're already doing. So just kudos to all of that. Another item I wanted to let you know about is the lights along Pinole Valley Road around Trader Joe's and the library. There's multiple lights that are out, and that area is quite dark at the moment. Our Public Works Department is working on that. We actually have already ordered solar lights, so those will be coming up, but we are working on a contract of getting a contractor in who can actually set the various lights in the concrete for us. And as soon as we have that in place, then we'll start getting those lights up there. So if anybody needs any additional information on that, please feel free to reach out to me. And then we have a few other events coming up that I'm actually going to hand over and ask our community services director to speak to. But while she comes up here, we do have a survey for PCTV that is currently out. And so if anybody can go ahead and fill that out, we're looking for that information in order to be able to really find out what the community is looking for so that we can help develop that strategy. And then the peer program is on tonight's consent agenda, as well as there's a wonderful Bay Ren News article about our partnership with the county, and then finally you'll also see on our agenda tonight the CEC funding grant for $700,000. So kudos to our community development department and to Kapil, if you could wave. He was very instrumental in getting that to move forward. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Andrea to talk about some wonderful winter events. And I'm going to hand out these mailers that everyone should see as well. So thank you.
Hello and good evening. I am here, Andrea Dwyer, Community Services Director, to just discuss what you see in front of you is a mailer that was sent out last week. On one side, you will see our winter events that we have coming up, and then on the back side, you'll see information about the Pinole Valley Park project, which we're very excited about. This is a way to inform our residents of what was going on. So that has hit mailboxes end of last week or early this week is what our post office officially confirmed. Tonight, I also just want to mention the tree lighting event that we have coming up on Saturday, December 7th. It'll begin at 3 p.m. at Fernandez Park. We are very excited as this year, for the first time, we are working with our Community Development Department, and we will be offering our shop and stroll, where we are going around and working with local businesses in Pinole to let them know after the ceremony and the tree has been lit. We will be then guiding hundreds of people throughout the streets of Pinole to encourage them to visit our local businesses. Yesterday, the city's Instagram page and social media sites were able to publish a video with East Bay Coffee, so they will be giving away free hot chocolate to those that stop by. We also met with Antlers today, who will be doing a giveaway for a free steak dinner. We also have gone to businesses and gotten signups from Quickly, so we are very excited for the engagement and the interaction with our businesses. So we have a lot of registration happening with our businesses, and Uptown Yard will be bringing out also about 10 vendors to sell that evening as well. So it will be food and drink and items, and we're very happy to see the response to that. So please, if you're a business, let us know. You can contact myself, or you can take a look at our social media or our city website for more information. We'll get you signed up. And if you're a part of the community, please come out on December 7th, where you will be able to enjoy all of the giveaways and the fun entertainment. There will be even a Grinch happening at our tree lighting event, which will be so amazing. And then December 14th, we will have our holiday breakfast, where there's going to be opportunities with Mr. and Mrs. Claus to take photos and have a pancake breakfast. And then lastly, we have Glow Pinole, which I want to encourage all residents to really think about enrolling. What I have here is a lawn sign. I'm going to make sure it's captured. So Glow Pinole is a way to decorate your business or your home for the holidays, making it really seem very festive around town. And whether that's with themed lights or inflatables, there's going to be a lot of different categories that we have available. Our commissioners will go around and take a look and vote for the best of the best. We also have a city manager's category of the favorite that Ms. Young has. So this is a free program to participate into. Once you sign up, we have about 30 to 40 of these signs for the first people that sign up, indicating that the house will be on there, and then we will produce an interactive map. So please enroll for this program. It's very fun and festive, and right now we're letting people enroll online with a smooth, seamless process at pinolrec.com. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that report. Any other agency staff reports? Okay, we'll move on to city attorney report.
Nothing to report this time. Thank you,
Okay,
Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to proclamations. And we will start with Native American Heritage Month. And that is November 2024. Whereas in 1990, President George H.W. Bush signed into law a joint resolution designating the month of November as the first Native American Indian Heritage Month, also known as Native American Indian Month.
Whereas during National Native American Heritage Month, we celebrate the rich tapestry of indigenous peoples and honor their sacrifices, which we recognize as inextricably woven into the history of this country. And whereas Native Americans are descendants of the original indigenous inhabitants of what is now the United States. And
Whereas indigenous people history in the United States is defined by strength, survival, and a deep commitment to and pride in their heritage, right to self-governance and ways of life. And whereas today Native communities are leading the way forward and continuing to strengthen the fabric of the United States. And
whereas our country is blessed by the character and strength exemplified by the Native Americans who have answered the call of service in our armed forces in greater numbers per capita than any other group in the United States. We honor our Native American veterans and those who are in active duty for their bravery and sacrifice. And
whereas the City of Pinole is committed to engaging in dialogues led by tribal communities around the opportunities and work in which they are currently engaged in the areas of self-determination, sovereignty, and cultural preservation, in order to create an active government-to-government collaboration. And whereas during the month of November, we honor our Native peoples in their ancestral homes, and recognize their continued contributions in strengthening the diversity of our society.
Now therefore I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the Pinole City Council and the City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim November 2024 as National Native American Heritage Month and encourage all citizens to observe this month with appropriate programs. I also urge all to celebrate November 29th, 2024 as Native American Heritage Day. So with that, I will be delivering this proclamation to Pinole Valley High School students in the next week before they, actually this week, because they're going to be out next week. So thank you for that. And then the next one is Sikh Awareness Month. Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month, November 2024. Whereas the Sikh tradition, known as Punjabi language as Sikh, is a relatively young tradition that was founded over 500 years ago in Punjab region of South Asia. And whereas Sikhs have been living in the United States for more than 100 years, and during the early 20th century, thousands of Sikh Americans worked on farms, in lumber mills and mines, and on the Oregon Pacific and Eastern Railroad. And
whereas there are more than 25 million Sikhs around the world, which makes Sikhism the world's 5th largest religion. Sikhs first came to the United States in the late 1800s, and there are an estimated 500,000 Sikhs living in America today. And
whereas Sikh teaches a message based on the principles of love and oneness and calls on followers to be spiritual warriors. Meditation, service, and justice are core aspects of the Sikh way of life. Sikh is a distinct religious tradition that maintains its own distinctive features, including founders, scripture, worship, ceremonies, and traditions. And
whereas Sikh Americans pursue diverse professions and walks of life, making rich contributions to the social, cultural, and economic vibrancy of the United States, including service as members of the United States Armed Forces, and have made significant contributions to our great nation in agriculture, trucking, medicine, and technology, and have distinguished themselves by fostering greater respect among all people through faith and service. And
whereas today the City of Pinole seeks to further the diversity of its community and afford all residents the opportunity to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich history and shared experiences of Sikh Americans.
now therefore I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City of Pinole City Council and the City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim November 2024 as Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month and encourage all citizens to join in this observance. Okay, so thank you. And then we have one more proclamation, and that is World Planning Day, November 8th, 2024. Whereas change and growth is constant and affects all countries, states, regions, cities, and towns, including the City of Pinole, and whereas community planning and plans can help manage and direct this change and growth in a way that provides better choices for how people work, live, and play in Pinole. And
whereas the community planning process provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of Pinole. And whereas the full benefit of planning requires public officials and citizens who understand, support, and demand excellence in planning and plan implementation. And
Whereas the International Organization for World Town Planning Day was founded in 1949 by the late Professor Carlos Maria della Palaro of the University of Buenos Aires to advance public and professional interest in planning both locally and abroad, and to create a special day to recognize and promote the role of planning in creating livable communities. And whereas celebration of World Town Planning Day is growing worldwide and is promoted each year in the United States by the American Planning Association and its professional institute, the American Institute of Certified Planners. And
Whereas we recognize the contributions that sound and advanced planning and plan implementation make to the quality of our natural environment and built communities, and whereas this year's theme is Homes Start with Planning, and sessions will focus on the role of planners and planning in delivering housing that meets the needs of our communities and is helping to create equitable, inclusive, and sustainable solutions for all. And
whereas the celebration of World Town Planning Day gives us the opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of the members of the Pinole Planning Commission, our city planning staff, planning professionals, and other citizen planners who have contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of the city of Pinole. And whereas it is our hope that yearly celebration and recognition of World Town Planning Day will foster increased participation in our local government and planning processes.
Now, therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim November 8th, 2024 as World Town Planning Day in the City of Pinole. And I would like to invite our planners to join us and council. All right, thank you. I wanted to check to see if we do have the two presentations or just the one? We have both?
We have both
Okay,
presentations.
so our item B1, Safe Technology Presentation by the Environmental Health Trust.
So Madam
Hi.
Mayor, okay, good, there she is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome Zoe, thank you for being here.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, and really appreciate your interest in this area. And thanks to Kelsey and to Heather with the city for helping coordinate this, as well as Piper Primrose. So I think I have a okay, yeah, it looks like it's coming up. So I'll just say when to switch to the next slide.
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we'll go to the first slide, please. So really briefly, my name is Zoe Berg. I work with the Environmental Health Trust as a legal fellow with the organization. We are a nonprofit entity. Our mission is essentially, we advocate for the responsible and thoughtful deployment of wireless telecommunications infrastructure in communities across the United States. And our goal also is to empower local governments to exercise the greatest control that they can within the confines of the law over the placement of this wireless telecommunications infrastructure, given the health and environmental risks associated with exposure to radio frequency radiation, wireless radiation emitted by these devices, as well as other concerns related to property devaluation issues, historic preservation issues, and the like. So we'll go on to the next slide, please. Thank you so much. So I did review the City of Pinole's wireless communications facilities ordinance, chapter 1776, and the small cell wireless communications facility ordinance, chapter 17.77. And I was really excited to see that the City of Pinole has a telecommunications ordinance. Surprisingly, in some communities that we've worked with, they have no local regulations in terms of the siting of this, regulating the siting of this equipment. And so the City of Pinole is definitely off to a great start. And I was really excited to see that. And I highlighted some of what I saw to be some of the strengths of the city's ordinance in the next slide. But really briefly, I wanted to just highlight quickly Encinitas, California's telecommunications ordinance, encouraging the city to consider adopting some provisions from Encinitas ordinance to further strengthen the City of Pinole's current regulations as it relates to the siting of wireless facilities. Why Encinitas's ordinance is so great? It has a very strong purpose statement. There are installation setbacks that are fantastic. We'll get into that in a second. There's pre-notification requirements to residents regarding proposed installations, which the City of Pinole does have, which was also great. And a couple of other key points. Critical fire safety protocols as well, which is something that you don't see in a lot of codes. So I want, and given that California does have, wildfire issues, as do, many other states in the country, but California particularly, that's really an important thing to consider, because these are electrical facilities. These wireless facilities are electrical facilities, and they are prone to, they are fire hazards. So having fire safety protocols in your ordinance is really a good idea. And Encinitas has some exemplary language that can be referred to if the city is interested in pursuing that or amending the ordinance to address that. And we can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so really briefly, again, some of the strengths and this is not a non-exhaustive list, but just some of the things that popped out to me in particular was, the city's strong purpose and objective statement in your ordinance, which was great. You do have some installation setback requirements for small cells, 200 feet from residential structures or schools, but there are opportunities where there can be small cells located less than 200 feet from those really sensitive areas. So that was something I was sort of gonna touch on in a minute. And then for towers, you have 100-foot setbacks from pre-existing for freestanding towers, not small cells. You have 100-foot setbacks from pre-existing residential uses. And we'll go into why considering some stronger setback restrictions would be a good thing to just, to at least ponder. You have pre-notification to property owners, public hearing and appeals process, and the emphasis on FCC RF compliance was great too. So we'll go to the next slide. Okay, so there actually is a typo. It's kind of a big typo in this one. But for instance, this was one suggested language change to the ordinance for better protection to residents in terms of exposure to RF. The greater the distance between the emitting source from the facility itself, between the person and the facility, the lower their exposure is going to be to this radiation. And I'm happy to sort of, I realize this is a very quick presentation I'm giving, so I'm happy to sort of equip the city council with any information related to the peer-reviewed independent research indicating biological harm associated with wireless radiation exposure to corroborate our position on as to why these facilities need to be set back even further from sensitive areas like homes, like schools and daycare centers. So your current language in Chapter 17 of your municipal code discusses freestanding wireless facilities. And it was that 100-foot setback that I referred to earlier. We recommend actually 1,640 feet. So it's not 500 feet, it should be 1,640 feet. And that value comes from the New Hampshire Commission's 5G report, which I'm happy to circulate to the City Council if you're interested. Our current president, the current president of EHT, Dr. Kent Chamberlain, was actually on this commission. And it was a commission that was established per a state law that was enacted. And in this commission ultimately found that a good distance freestanding wireless facilities should be, it's considered 1,640 feet is the ideal setback restriction in communities like Pinole and really communities everywhere. But Pinole is uniquely situated to kind of accomplish a setback like this because you do have a smaller population as compared to, like Los Angeles or other communities throughout California where you have a lot more users of these networks. And where that might not be possible or where the density of buildings is just too great, of residential living areas is too great, where something like this couldn't work as well. Pinole is uniquely situated to accomplish something like this. So we'll go to the next slide, please. And so there are a bunch of municipalities throughout the state of California that are similar size to Pinole that have actually enacted stronger installation setback requirements. Calabasas, 1,000 feet from homes and schools, 500 feet in Davis, California. Westlake Village, Petaluma, Suisun City, all 500 feet setbacks from homes. So that's something that we hope the City Council considers if it decides to amend its current ordinance to better protect the public from these, from facilities like these and the radiation that they emit. Okay, so we can go to the next slide, please. Additional opportunities for improvement that I identified in Pinole's code. So the city provides notice to property owners about applications that have been submitted related to small cells or freestanding wireless facilities or towers. But we're missing the tenants in this. I'm based here in Washington, D.C. I should have said that earlier. I'm a tenant. If there was a tower going up near me, I would want to know too. I'm a tenant, I don't own the property. So that was just something I thought would be useful to consider. Also, the notice should be, we advocate for notices usually to be sent via certified mail. Usually we get communities, residents saying, I never got the letter, I never got the notice. And then the telecom applicant will say, well, we sent it. We we really did. And they'll say, you know, the residents will say, no, we really never got it. So certified mail helps, you know, manage, it helps with in those circumstances. You know, now you have a process where mail has to be, you know, you have to get someone's signature to before, you know, getting the mail or stuff like that, which really assures the public that they are being notified. And then RF propagation maps and reports that are offered by the telecommunications applicants are usually riddled with issues. And we advocate we encourage municipalities to include in their ordinances a provision that allows the municipality to hire an independent RF expert to come in at the expense of the telecom applicant to actually assess the propagation maps and reports that the telecoms produce. A lot of times the telecom companies will come out and say, you know, oh, well, we have to put this facility here. There's no other feasible, technologically feasible alternative in the entire city of Pinole for us to put this. And usually that is not the case. And these RF maps are they're difficult to interpret if you're not an RF engineer or expert. So we encourage, you know, the second independent opinions to actually ensure that what the telecoms are saying is in fact true. And if it's not, where are the shortcomings in their report? And are there alternative sites that can be and should be considered? So we can go to the next slide, please. And I also thought I'd throw this in as well. I didn't see an environmental impact assessment provision in your telecom ordinance, and this is coming from Petaluma, California's code. This is a provision that the city council may want to consider implementing as well. It addresses environmental resources and the impact that telecom facilities can have on those resources. So it's very long, and I'll, you know, I don't want to read the whole thing, but addressing threatened and endangered species, migratory birds, floodplains, things like that. Very important. And we'll go to the next slide, please. This is another big issue that very few communities are cognizant of, and we're trying to work with a lot of communities to educate them about this, is that your code in particular in Pinole highlight the need to camouflage a lot of these wireless facilities, which is great to minimize adverse visual impacts. What a lot of people don't know is that in installing cell towers that are dressed up to look like trees for camouflaging purposes, although they don't usually do a very good job of being camouflaged, but monopine cell towers, this is a type of camouflage cell tower that the telecoms put up, usually in like scenic corridors. Lake Tahoe, for example, is a popular site for these kinds of facilities. Each one of the faux pine needles that is attached to these towers is made of plastic. And over time, exposure to the elements, UV radiation from the sun, you know, wind, rain, what have you, the plastic degrades and it falls to the ground, and it sheds from the tower, and it contaminates the land, the nearby land and water sources, and it becomes microplastic pollution. They're very, very brittle pieces that cannot, you know, you can't contain these fallouts. And so I thought I, you know, would just flag that for the city. If there is a telecom company or a developer that comes out and they say, oh, we want to put a tower up. We know your code says we need to camouflage it. We could just put up a monopine and we'll be, you know, compliant with your code. This is something to be mindful of, is that these monopines are huge sources of plastic pollution. And there's a video from Lake Tahoe, from some folks up in Lake Tahoe actually showing, I mean, they're filling garbage bags of this plastic debris at the base of a monopine tower in Lake Tahoe. So that's just something to be mindful of. And the next slide, please. Yeah, and if you're interested in learning more about the intersection between wireless radiation exposure and environmental effects, we have a dedicated website for that. It's a sister website of ours, and it's wildlifeandwireless.org. And then we can go to the next slide. And so I realized I was trying to be rather quick and mindful of your time this evening. So if you have any questions about the content that I covered, if you're interested in having a second conversation regarding potential amendments to the city's ordinance to further strengthen it, to better protect, residents' health, the environment, and the aesthetics of the community, I would be more than happy to touch base. You're also welcome to reach out, obviously, to Ken Chamberlain, who's our president, and he's an electrical engineer. And he can sort of speak to the technicalities of how the technicalities of how the siting works and what's feasible, what isn't. So yes, and that's about it for now. Are there any questions at the moment that I can help address?
Well, thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions of Ms. Berg? Yes, go ahead.
Can you speak a little bit to the height? I know that you mentioned the 1,640 feet being a new safety, but what about the height of the cell phone tower? I know that that's always, that kind of contributes to that distance.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. So I will send you I'm happy to send the commission's report. I don't believe it addresses height limitations on the towers. What's the relationship between the height of the tower and the distance? It's between where the tower is and where people are. I usually just, with the smaller facilities, like small cell antennas, as you saw, like in Davis and other municipalities, 500 feet is what a lot of communities do. For the larger towers, it's usually they have, they can house potentially dozens of antennas on them. These are very, very powerful antennas. And so that's where the 1640 usually applies to those larger freestanding towers. That's been my experience. For small cells, they usually have to be closer to the users, which is why maybe a 1,640-foot setback wouldn't be as feasible. But for a bigger tower, I hope that answers your question.
It does. I'd appreciate to see that report. I did have one more question. Has there been any talk about partnerships with maybe other utilities and their right-of-way? I know that a lot of times the cellular towers start to become, if they were to go in, let's say, PG&E's right-of-way and some of those larger transmission towers. I'm just wondering if that's possible, or has there been any laws changing around that to where cell phone towers, rather than being on city property, could potentially be on other utility property?
I am happy to get back to you on that question. Okay. I'm going to follow up with you on that. I am not sure off the bat. I don't usually interface with the utility companies. So I'm not particularly fluent in that area, but I can outsource that to someone who knows.
Great. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation, Zoe. Thank you. I've been in Pinole long enough to remember that this was an issue, as issues go, a couple sides to having these cell towers in place at a particular location. And I think we did fairly well in placing what we have. But I'm curious about the alternatives to these full pine needles. And I have a question for our staff as well as to the timing of this presentation. Do we anticipate applications coming in for new cell towers in Pinole? Because my next questions are going to be moot otherwise, but it is probably encouraging to those persons who were concerned about the health effects of these towers at one time. And what I recall us being able to say is that, the regulations for these towers were primarily by the Federal Communications Commission, not by the city. And so the ordinance that we have in place pretty much fits that. Has that changed, or are we at a point, given the advocacy that you do, Zoe, in trying to change that? What cities can or cannot do, given the role of a city, and then what the Federal Communications Commission's jurisdiction is over these cell towers?
Thank you for your question. I really appreciate it. The FCC sadly has not updated its RF limit for human exposure since 1996, which is 11 years prior to the invention of the iPhone. So these standards have not been updated as of late. But as we saw with other municipalities in the state of California, they have implemented setbacks that are more protective than what we see in Pinole. And those restrictions, those setback limitations that they've set are within that's within they're completely allowed to do that. So nothing in the law has changed that would not allow them to do something like that. And so we're simply sort of encouraging consideration of stronger setback restrictions.
Thank you. So just out of curiosity, because you have, as one of your slides, an image of a faux tree. What's new? If those are made of plastic, what is the new product that's available?
I'm sorry,
you have an image of a faux tree as part of the cell tower. So I'm curious if you're aware of what new products there are in lieu of what is ordinarily placed as part of a tower. Instead of a plastic-made faux tree, what's new? What's new and better and healthier?
I know, it's quite remarkable. It really is. Well, they have the flag poles, the camouflaged flag poles. They have ones that look like cactuses. They have, there are a whole series of different camouflage solutions. But the monopine one remains quite popular throughout the country. And I don't know of any alternative to the monopine specifically that exists. If you're trying to make a cell tower look like a pine tree, that's what they do.
I'd like to boast about what the city of Pinole has. And we were able to camouflage a cell tower within a clock tower. So perhaps we can have that image be part of a future presentation that you might make throughout the country as you continue to advocate for healthier cell towers. How about it?
Absolutely. That is great.
Thanks, Zoe.
Thank you so much.
Okay, any other questions from the council? Okay, seeing that we do have a public commenter on Zoom.
Do you have a card? I don't know. Okay. Yes, we have a telephone caller. Last four numbers, 5748.
And I see the caller is still muted.
Sir, are you able to unmute yourself?
Okay, and he's still muted. Mm-hmm. And is it, for unmuting, is it asterisk 2? looking to see.
6.
Star six. Star six to unmute. There we go.
Hello.
Hi, we.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, we had some technical issues there. My name's Anthony Vosbrink, longtime citizen and homeowner of Pinole. I'd like to ask, is that have to do with the EMF, electronic magnetic field contaminations or pollution that at one time or another in recent years, the numbers were pretty valid from several European countries, but because of lobbyists and a lot of other big cell phone carriers in the US of A, they poo-hooed that and shut down all those studies so people could have their cell phones or buy their cell phones and hold them up to the ear. And the word to the wise or warning was that if you're going to do that, to do a hands-free or to have your phone far away from you, like not next to your pillow at night, like 12 inches or more away. Does that have that same information applied to these cell towers that we have throughout our city? And I'm saying numerous, so it's not just the one cell tower that the city of Pinole planning group or their division authorized for CVS Pharmacy clock tower, but we have several in the city. And how are those regulated to protect the members of the public, that is by the city, whether it's on city property, public property, or private property? Because like I say, we have numbers of them, over half a dozen right now. I think there's 1 or 2 out in Pinole Valley. There's 2 or 3 up and down San Pablo Avenue, right on the avenue, I guess it's near those big apartment condos down from the old Sugar City building. There's one by the senior center parking lot, which I believe sits on the empty lot above that second senior citizen parking lot, or that street there on Charles on Union Pacific property. So can you address those questions on how we can have some idea of what the EMF is doing to our community, as well as our city controlling the number of towers, and not to mention the plastic pollution? I would think Anne Moriarty and her group would want to be down there talking about this tonight, because all those little plastic needles go down into the drain and into the waterways and into our creeks and into our bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vosbrink. Zoe, I don't know if that's something that you can address, or if I can just ask our staff to address the standard conditions of approval that we have for cell towers.
Sure. So, yes, sir. So it does. So the electromagnetic radiation, the pollution that you were discussing is these towers do contribute to that. So it is the same radiation emitted by cell phones, Wi-Fi routers, Bluetooth. They're all part of the same ecosystem. As far as regulating the siting of these facilities, the city has considerable control over where these go. And the city does have some regulations as to where they can go, but our purpose this evening is to encourage consideration of even stronger regulations to ensure maximum protection within the confines of the law.
Okay, thank you. Anything to add to that, Director?
So Dave will share some of the conditions of approval that are standard for wireless communication facilities in Pinole. I will say, though, that they are really focused on aesthetics and less on the RF and safety measures per the FCC. So I'll let.
This is, yeah, okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, most of the conditions are dealing with the setbacks, also with the cabinets that they use. So in terms of the actual, the RMF part of it, we do have some standard regulations that we use that's consistent with FCC. And because our code wasn't adopted, our code was adopted back in 2010. And so all of our cell towers, from what I'm aware of right now, have conditional use permits, and so they all have set conditions that they were applied with as part of the code when they got approved back in. Well, our latest one was in 2019, and the other cell towers were approved way back in the 90s, and so they've been there for a long time. But we monitor them as the companies are co-locating antennas on antennas. Then we review the conditional use permit that was applied and make sure that we're staying up to date with conditions of approval and making sure that they have enough cabinet space and setback space as part of the program. So, I mean, I don't have the actual list of conditions, but right. I mean, I can research some of the projects that we had back in the 90s, see if I can't find some conditions of approval and just kind of give the council an idea of what was approved back then and what we're looking to do now. So.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe that the faux tree near the senior center is in the city of Hercules, but we do have one faux tree on San Pablo Avenue, up the street from the new senior center, senior housing.
Correct, and at the church here on the hill as well. And then there is one at the Del Monte Center. It is camouflaged as a part of the building.
Right. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions or public comments?
Yes, thank you. We have two public commenters, Manel Sablan and Rafael Menes.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for your service, and special thank you to Councilmember Devin Murphy and City Manager Kelsey Young for helping to coordinate this presentation. I am here to represent the Pinole. I'm a Pinole resident. I am a homeschooling law enforcement family. I have a chronic illness, fibromyalgia, and I'm electrosensitive. So I also represent the communities that are especially harmed by the radio frequency radiations that are emitted not only by our cell phones, but by these towers. I also am strongly encouraging the council to consider updating the ordinance to be in, the best shape for protecting our residents and children at schools. And I also forgot to give a special thanks to Piper for helping helping me as a resident kind of come to Councilmember Murphy with the more kind of background information and kind of technical stuff, and also the Environmental Health Trust team for this presentation. So I'm just encouraging the council to hopefully take a closer look at this and update the ordinance so we can really be one of those, join Petaluma and other cities that are doing great work around this issue and protect our residents now and into the future as these companies keep producing more and more towers in our cities. So thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public, and presenter, Days Rafael Menes, resident of Pinole. Is audio passing through properly? There we go. And I guess I would like to see some more of the peer-reviewed evidence that the Environmental Health Trust is making for its argument that there needs to be a minimum 500-foot setback from RF generators, because there have also been some studies in 2012 and 2016 that I can find just doing a trivial search on the internet that did a population-wide comparison over the United States and over Australia, tracking to see whether there were increased risk of certain kinds of brain cancer associated with increased cell phone usage, given, as you know, that would be having a radio frequency sensor source much closer to the brain than any of these towers. And those studies appear to indicate not an increased risk in the way that the presenter tonight seems to be arguing. So I'll be interested in seeing more of the contrary evidence that the presenter has, and would note that the city should also look into any such evidence before it takes action on changing its ordinances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we do have an offer from Ms. Berg to provide that additional information. And if you can send that either to our city manager or our community development director, she can distribute it to us. So thank you again for your presentation.
Mayor, I do want to make a motion for a future agenda item, though, regarding that issue.
Mhm.
So I did want to, first of all, thank the presenter as well, Environmental Health Trust, and of course the community members who are working on this issue. You know, I was really both excited but also, you know, concerned about this issue as this wireless, most of the issues around our wireless cell towers predates my time on council, but it's really great to hear a presentation to our council today, because we do actually need to hear more expertise, which can honestly, hopefully help us address critical public health concerns. But also, you know, this is a great opportunity for us to hear from, you know, trusted scientists and health advocates about how we can make better informed decisions to protect our residents and the environment. So this so much aligns with my responsibility and our responsibility to prioritize public health. And as our some of the public commenters said, stay updated on our latest research in this country. And of course, ensure Pinole remains a safe and thriving community. So I did want to move that our city council directs staff to review and evaluate and hopefully develop a comprehensive update to the city's telecommunications ordinance. My hope is that the ordinance should take into account tonight's recommendations from the Environmental Health Trust, as well as similar city ordinances that were mentioned tonight, and perhaps any other research staff can do, which will aim to strengthen our local oversight, enhance our protections for public health and safety, preserve aesthetic and environmental considerations, and last but not least, ensure the compliance with federal and state telecommunications regulations.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion on that motion? My concern is that I'd like to see the information first before we give staff a big list of work to do. That's my only concern, is the timing. It's very possible that that's something that I could support in due time, but before we add to their workload, because they do have a number of things on their plate already, and I'm not sure what the capacity is for that. That's why I would like to see the information from Ms. Berg first. So I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts.
Well, on that note, perhaps our city manager can respond to that as she sees capacity now, and also not even yet having fully developed plans for next year that I imagine are part of the goals. How might this fit in with or align with at all? How might the request for future work on an ordinance update align with what's in store at this point?
Well, to be very, very transparent, I do think there needs to be more conversation about the entire issue about staff capacity and what the council's priorities are for this year and next year. I think there are numerous items that are still on the future agenda that we should discuss as a group as well to determine those priorities. If council wanted to add this to that list with the idea that as you had more information, we could then go back and see where this fell on council's priorities, I think that is a conversation that we could still have.
Is it something that we should add to the list now, or we should have a discussion at our retreat? Do you see that as a time where we prioritize staff's work?
I think our retreat is an ideal time for us to prioritize staff work and also to look at the current list of priorities and really evaluate how much time and the cost that all of our agenda items and future agenda items will take. And then when council has that information, deciding what you wanted staff to focus on is probably the most efficient way to move forward.
Okay, great. And Councilmember Tave?
Yeah, my comment's more towards how, and it's a broader comment that I'm sure we're going to talk about at our retreat, is I think that list is a working list. The truth is we don't know how long it takes to do this ordinance, but I think it's important for us to communicate as a council those items to the city manager and staff, and the earlier the better. I think what happens is we come up on deadlines and we're saying, yeah, we'd like to do this or we'd like to do that, and it adds more to the staff time. That's one contributing factor that I think as a council we all do. And then we also have our one-on-ones that are also adding to that list. So I think it's important, seeing this, that we have to make a decision to say, yes, we want to see this, or no, we don't. Where it falls within that list, I think that's another conversation that we need to have. So I don't want to discourage any of my colleagues to not put something on there, just with the understanding that this may take time, right? And that the staff is communicating back how much time that is, and maybe somebody wants something on a closer time horizon, but understand that it's not going to be a full detailed report, right? The quality drops the quicker we want it. And so I think that this has been an issue in Pinole before, speaking to the motion on the table. This has been an issue before. It's been almost 20 years, I want to say 20 years, right? Since did I do the math right? Yeah, almost 20 years. A little, I think it's 18 years since we've actually looked at this ordinance. So I think it does require, and given this new information, I think it does require us to at least have it on there and staff have that in the background as things progress. What I don't want to happen is some new law changes and it wasn't thought about, and then we're rushing to try to get something to comply. So anything that we can have on there to give some thought to, even if it gets shelved, still is on the radar that we could pull off the shelf if we had to. So I just wanted to make that comment, is that I think that we've had a few other issues similar to this where it was like, well, I'm not sure if we want to impact staff's time. I think staff and the city manager can, at least for me and my one-on-ones, can tell me, hey, we're not going to get to this. Or, hey, you know what, this is going to take a lot of time. And then as a council, we should make that decision. So before saying that, I know that there's those concerns, but I think we have to be mindful of when these items come up that yes, it's going to be an impact, and we should just understand that. That's just my comment.
Yeah, and it's not just our understanding, but as well the members of the public who don't see the behind-the-scenes kind of work that is required to get something effective on the books that will be codified. I can think of it. I'm chuckling this, but I can think of having requested as an agenda item the ordinance related to plastics, right, and ban in the interest of doing something to prevent microplastics, and the work involved in that took 2 years. Mm-hmm. So with that in mind, I mean, I would support this because, yeah, it's a public health concern. But as well, it's the expectation of the public that we also need to make public and open, that it may not, this particular piece of information, that's why I asked about the question, do we anticipate, given where we are with not only housing development, that there might be additional towers, application towers, and we don't know that just yet. But everything, as long as we align, I think, with the plans that we have in place.
Yeah. My concern is I just want to make sure that we have a list of priorities. There's a whole list in our climate action plan that we've given staff to do, our general plan, where there's a whole list. And I want to just caution us that staff has a work plan, and we'll have to discuss what the priorities are.
And Mayor, one thing too. You know, there's some things on, you know, our list of agenda items that we have requested. Things like AB 43, AB 413 that we'll be discussing tonight. You know, those things take probably months for staff to work through. And there's some things with this amendment to an ordinance we have. I mean, I'd expect because there's existing language that's been proposed already, it would probably take City Attorney Casher, you and your staff, less time to develop that. Do you foresee that, City Attorney Casher?
Yeah, it really depends. I mean, we want the council to make informed decisions, so some of it is just making sure that, you know, you have all the information you need to be able to make the decisions. If it's the language changes are pretty straightforward, the text amendments, but it's really the, you know, what informs that language and what informs the, you know, 1,600 feet versus 500 feet as it relates to this particular ordinance. Those are pretty significant differences, and so getting all the information so that you guys have that to be able to make that decision, that's really the issue.
So it's a full staff report plus the background plus the comparisons regionally as well.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think also to your point, Vice Mayor, there's also the conflict in language, right, in intent. If a state rule is coming out or something, and then we have passed something that's in conflict with that, then that's more staff time to go ahead and correct all that, bring it back to council, have the discussion again, and then realign. So I think that timing has something to do with this as well, which may delay. Like I'm thinking of the plastics one. There was a lot of discussion about that for 2 years, right?
Legislation that came about at the state level.
Right,
Yeah.
and so we potentially could have been passing something to address the urgency, but also having to rework whatever we passed. And then if it's in conflict and it's something that takes time to do, there's a potential liability that somebody could say, hey, I was following the state rule, or following your rule, not the state rule, right? So I think there's something to be said about that and how that factors in, so.
So I hope staff is, you know, keeping track of what's being proposed at the state level as well, just to see how to time that as efficiently as possible.
Right.
Which is also something the staff is working on. All of these things take resources and time and capacity, and we have a very, very lean, fairly small city staff for the types of projects that Pinole chooses to take on. So all of these things are things to consider.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring up one point, and then we can vote on this, is that it's not a matter of just changing the language. It's taking a look at the existing cell sites that we have, and if we put bigger setbacks on it, we would not be able to co-locate other facilities on those towers or switch out equipment. So it's a matter of, you know, taking a look at that as well as, you know, changing language. So with the motion and the second, it's my understanding that we could then have a discussion at our retreat as far as prioritizing. Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Berg, for your report. And next we have another presentation, item B2, and this is pedestrian safety improvements in Pinole, including introduction of a pilot program concepts in downtown, Old Town area.
And can I just add a little introduction before they get started? One, I want to thank both Lily Whalen and then also Fabi for stepping up and working on this presentation. In the future, you're going to start seeing more presentations like this, because one of the things that we're going to be working on the staff side is creating actual programs, so that we're going to be looking at less tasks and more ways that we can consolidate and be a little bit more efficient and provide some more information. So we're looking forward to your feedback on this. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Young. And good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, members of staff, and public. My name is Lily Whalen, and I am your Community Development Director. And I'm going to be giving a joint presentation this evening with Fabi and Kelsey. She might jump in as well. And so we will be giving that presentation focused on pedestrian safety improvements in Pinole. And this will include a concept for a pilot program, in particular in downtown Pinole. So next slide, please. So our agenda tonight will cover 3 main topics. Fabi will present the first 2 items here on the screen, and then I will cover the third. So the first topic is about daylighting crosswalks in Pinole, and this item aligns with item 9I on your consent calendar this evening, which is a comprehensive background report to supplement the presentation that Fabi will be giving you today on daylighting. And our recommendation for this item is for the council to receive and file the report. The second topic focuses on reducing speed limits across San Pablo Avenue and Pinole Valley Road. And this item ties into item 9J on your consent calendar. And the recommended action here will be for the council to adopt a resolution that approves the corresponding speed limit reductions. And then lastly, the third topic is going to be on additional pedestrian safety improvements, a pilot program for downtown Pinole. And so I'll be providing a brief overview of these ideas, and the council has already appointed 2 members for the subcommittee that will be working with staff on these concepts moving forward. So with that, I will let Fabi start talking about the daylighting. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Good evening. My name is Fabi Guillen. I am the Capital Improvement and Environmental Program Manager for Public Works. And I'm just really excited. Good evening, Council, Mayor, and all my colleagues and the members of the community. I'm really excited to do this presentation. I know that Council asked for it. And so with that, I will move forward and start. If we can do the first slide. So we are talking about AB 413, California Daylighting Law. Next slide. So we want to just present it really quickly so that just educate the public a little bit what this is and what it means for everybody. AB 43 is also known as the California Daylighting Law. And California was one of 10 out of 10 states that did not have a law restricting parking around near intersections and crosswalks. And so this finally was approved by the governor on October of 2023. Very much needed assembly bill. Next slide, please. So what is this law? Basically, what it means, it amends it adds a section to the California Vehicle Code, and it tells us that as of January of this year, 2024, it becomes illegal to park, to idle, to stop, or to basically stand near a crosswalk at an intersection. There's some measurements that we have to observe. 20 feet from the crosswalk of any intersection, or sometimes 15 feet if the crosswalk has a bulb out or a curb extension. And so prior to the first day of next year, meaning this whole year, we were only able to mostly educate the public and communicate this law and what needs to happen. As of the first of next year, enforcement is possible, although Pinole is a huge proponent of education first. Next slide, please. Once again, what is this? Daylighting is the concept of making our crosswalks safer by removing obstacles and visibility blocking objects such as vehicles, buses, etc., that are right near the crosswalks. This increases, obviously, visibility for the driver, also for the pedestrian, and improves the reaction time, and also slows down the turning vehicles. I don't know about you, but I feel that this affects everybody, not just the drivers and the pedestrians, but just one small accident can change the lives of both the pedestrian and the driver. So this is really, really important for all of us. Next slide, please. So this is one of my favorite slides that I'm presenting tonight because it really gives you a visual of what can happen when we maintain these crosswalks the way that they are sometimes. We have this crosswalk, and on the right, this is the point of view of the driver. And so on the right-hand side, on the left picture, you can see on the right of the driver, there's this white van. And obviously, as a driver, you can see what's coming. So you can slow down, but you just go through that and through that crosswalk. On the right-hand side, after AB 413, you can see that what was missing on that picture. So someone is stepping on the crosswalk, and you before did not have the ability to see that. Therefore, you didn't have the reaction time to stop and prevent a collision, hitting that pedestrian that in the distance has a stroller going across. So I think that really illustrates what this means. Next slide, please. This is another way to illustrate what this kind of blind points are. The way that we, before this bill passed or has become in effect, you can see on the right and the left, these vehicles are blocking the view of the crosswalk, whoever's using that. If you go to the next slide, please, you can see once we restrict parking close to the intersections to the crosswalks, the driver really can visualize both sides of the road and actually has the time to stop if necessary or slow down or whatever needs to happen to prevent any kind of accident. Next slide, please. This is another example. The law doesn't require us to mark every intersection, and however, the law still applies. So we are showing here a couple of intersections in which we are showing the crosswalk is marked on the, I guess I should say, the right and the bottom example. And you can see that the law still applies. Like I said, there's a 20 feet setback from those crosswalks. Similarly, on the unmarked crosswalk, the same rule applies. So let me have the next slide, please. This is one of the examples that our engineering department has developed for some of the striping that we've done. And it just shows you how it measures the 20 feet from the crosswalk, from the curb ramp in this instance. Next slide. Okay, so how does this work? In the examples that I showed you, if you remember, I had one driver in the center and then restricted parking on both sides. So that's the example that we have here on a one-way street. Both sides, the right and the left, need to be restricted parking on both sides. And then it also applies on a two-way street, obviously, but it only affects the right side of the driver. So as you turn, you have the visibility on the side, on the crosswalks. If there's no paint or signs, the 20 feet distance still applies. And while it's not mandatory to modify the curves, Pinole has chosen to paint curves to go above and beyond what is required and to facilitate enforcement. Next slide, please. So we may be asked, what have we done to support this daylighting effort? And the city of Pinole, from the beginning of the year, started analyzing and developing strategies to review the intersections, pertinent intersections, and identify additional places where we would need to modify the curb and install signings and mark the crosswalks. During the spring of this year, we evaluated or identified 60 locations, and I say 60, it's a bit more, locations, including the downtown area, near public schools, parks, and some residential areas. The city also has notified multiple residents when this daylighting striping of marking of the sidewalk would affect in some way their property parking or parking that's near their property. So we've notified them so that they are aware and find alternative locations to park their vehicles if necessary. And obviously the city plans to continue to conduct public outreach to inform the residents of these efforts. Next slide, please. And here's a list. Obviously, it's not for anybody to read in any detail, but I just wanted to show you the list of, it's a working list of intersections that we have to evaluate here in the city. And they were selected systematically, considering the areas of interest, points of interest, like I mentioned before, schools, parks, and such. The green indicates the intersections that have actually been completed the cycle. They were identified, they were analyzed, they were evaluated, and we decided and determined that they were best candidates, high priority candidates to get striped, and so that's what's showing there. So they were completed. Next slide, please. This is a chart for you just to take a look at what is similar to the previous slide, but what the progress is so far in this effort. We have a total of 60 intersections approximately, and we have 13 under review, and pending review is the rest of those. And like I mentioned, 10 have been completed. Like it has been mentioned before for most all items, this is a work in progress, and we will adjust as necessary to prioritize those intersections. And we anticipate that we will complete the work by October 2025, with that caveat that things change. You know, new developments happen, and we may need to change those priorities, we may need to add or remove items from that list. Next item. So these are some of the intersections that I mentioned that have been completed, just giving you some examples. Dolores Court and Pinole Valley Road, we really wanted to concentrate around the schools. Next slide. Estrella Court and Pinole Valley Road, Granada and Pinole. Next slide, please. You can see those right around where we are, right outside of here. Tennant Avenue and Pear Street, and Tennant and Plum. This, obviously, we are trying to, we have a school right next to us. There's just a lot of concentration of pedestrians crossing these intersections, so that's why we chose those locations. And there's one last picture just for you to take a look. Next slide, please. That's the last picture I have. Next slide, please. Okay, so I mentioned that we are very interested in educating our community first. And so what we have done this year, we concentrated educational campaign to address the going back to school. So most of our efforts, the majority of our efforts happened right before school started. We did PCTV broadcasting, website news, social media. We posted in all of our social media outlets and the polls. And this was in August before school started. Also, we are planning on continuing education with similar outlets and similar means, informational video on PCTV, recurring social media postings, websites, news postings, the polls, and PD is going to increase traffic enforcement. But like I said, we focus on education first for that. Next slide, please. And lastly, this daylighting work. This is a percentage that we found to be true for a lot of different cities that have implemented measures. and block that parking near intersections, near crosswalks. Studies show that when cities limit parking immediately next to the crosswalks, accidents can be reduced up to 30%. So I would say that it does work. That concludes this part of my presentation. Okay.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation. I was really excited to see this on the agenda for tonight, mostly because road quality, road safety is a top issue that I'm hearing about from residents. I want to go back to the slide that says list of intersections near points of interest.
Mm-hmm.
And while we're waiting for that to pop up there on the screen, so there are, let's see, there are quite a few sections of streets here that are highlighted as completed,
Mm-hmm.
and then there are quite a bit of street sections that are outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
And are we expecting staff to paint those curbs for all of the sections here on the list, or is it just ones that we prioritize?
They need to be prioritized. I think that, and I don't know exactly because it needs to go through the review process, but I would say that at least, 90% of these intersections will be recommended for striping. Ms. Young, would you like to?
Sure, I'll add a little bit to that. So we are still evaluating them, and as Fabi already mentioned, it's possible that as things change, as we get some additional housing, or as we put in new soccer fields or something along those lines, that we may identify additional intersections that we want to paint those curbs. Again, as was mentioned, it's not required for us to paint the curbs, but by having those curbs painted, it makes enforcement so much easier. It's that visual for our residents and for those that are visiting the community. And so in areas that we expect to see a high level of pedestrians, we do want to paint the curbs whenever we can. So that's pretty much what you're seeing here. Public Works has been fantastic about knocking these out. We are entering the rainy season now, but once the rainy season is over, we're hoping to either hire a contractor to get them all done quickly or have Public Works continue this work.
Gotcha. And then, very extensive list. When should we expect the vast majority of these to be painted? Are we thinking about by the end of next year? Or
so right now we're planning on having them all done by October of 2025. We would like to have them done earlier than that, but we are having that time in order to try to make sure that we can be within that time period.
Mm-hmm.
But if we are able to figure out ways to do that sooner, that is what we're going to do.
Gotcha. In the meantime, while there are still sections that are not striped, are we expecting residents to still be informed about the current laws and still abide by that 20-foot rule?
Yes, the law still does apply regardless of whether it's striped or not, which is why we're trying to have the educational program as much as possible. And then as far as PD is concerned, their goal is more to give warnings and give that education, but they still, after January 1st of 2025, they do have the ability to go ahead and give citations if they choose to.
Gotcha. And for those instances where it is not painted, those are majority going to be warnings rather than citations for the meantime. Would that be correct?
So everything has to still be warnings up until the new year, and that is part of the way that this legislation is structured. But in Pinole, we like to give warnings whenever possible to try to give that education and to try to give our residents the benefit of the doubt. The only time that I think we would really start giving tickets is when it became a repetitive offense.
Gotcha. Those are my questions. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Questions, council member?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Gwynn, welcome to Pinole.
Thank
This is a
you.
great presentation, and this is
Thank
the
you.
best way to get Pinole residents excited.
Thank you.
It's always talking about pedestrian safety, so welcome. I wanted to continue the conversation around traffic enforcement. So, Ms. Young, you mentioned that at this point we're focused a lot on our educational strategy, but help me understand still, just with regards to the law, or maybe the city attorney can tap into this too. With regards to this new law, what if it were to escalate? Say, a resident, a council member did this 10 times and they just did not follow the law, what would happen? I mean, I just want to make sure we understand the actual law itself and what our jurisdiction as a city is in enforcing it.
Yeah, happy to. So, as mentioned by the city manager, up and until January 1 of 2025, the state law requires that we only provide a warning. So we can't issue a ticket, or we can't, a citation. We can't fine anyone for a violation of this. After January 1st of next year, we can cite and issue a ticket for any and every violation. I think it's the city's practice, and the preference would be to provide a warning. Some of this is administrative. We'd probably want to keep records of who's receiving warnings, and if we know that someone's continuing to be a repeat offender, maybe that second or third violation would be accompanied by a ticket and a fine of some sort. But we would reserve the right and could actually issue a ticket and fine for any and every violation after January 1st.
Gotcha. And is there a way for us to enact something outside of the fine? Or in addition to? So let's say, for example, a city had a traffic and pedestrian safety committee. Would it be possible to require someone who is a bad actor to, let's say, attend one of those meetings in order to, as a consequence of not following the law?
Yes, so we could amend the municipal code and add a section of the municipal code creating a violation for that type of an offense. So we could codify this in the municipal code and then assign essentially a penalty for a violation that could be a fine. It could be, greater than or, in excess of what might otherwise be issued for a ticket. Okay. So that's something that we could do. We would need to do that through the municipal code.
Gotcha. Okay. And then, Ms. Queen, back to you. I was just going to ask, has the Traffic and Pedestrian Safety Committee of Pinole, not the hypothetical one I was talking about, but the one in Pinole that we actually have they been informed of this program yet? And what was their feedback, if any?
We just did a presentation for them, I want to say last week, I don't know. We did a presentation for them. They were very receptive. They asked a lot of questions just about marked and unmarked intersections. They were thankful for the presentation as well and to understand what it means. They had some questions that we were able to answer at the time, and it was just related to these kinds of things, like would PD enforce it right away, and what would be the consequences and such. I think that they were very glad to see the presentation as well.
Great. Mm-hmm. Ms. Young, did you have something? Oh, sorry. Okay, just the last question around this wonderful proposal of and what seems like a comprehensive list of areas that you have on the board here. Can you all provide any estimates of budgets? This is a great program, but I'm just wondering how much this would cost if we did this by October of 2025 and we did everything versus doing, I think you said 9%. Do you have budget estimates that you can provide today? I mean, how much does this cost? And then I'm assuming that we have kind of a bucket or a portfolio of different funding sources. So where are you thinking that funding would come from, given that this is not necessarily a CIP project yet? Mm-hmm. It's an important project, but we don't have it kind of listed for funding yet. So can you explain a little bit more about the budget side of this?
Mm-hmm. So we have an annual signage program. I'm sorry, I'm just confusing the issue. We estimated the gallon of paint is about $100, and we would be utilizing, for now, our own forces. Mm-hmm. We will go ahead and get estimates if we determine that it is a bigger task for our public works department to do, which with the rains and everything, it's possible. So we will be getting those estimates, multiple estimates, to understand what it's going to cost us. I don't have an exact amount right now, but we can look into that and bring it back to you.
Okay.
For approval. Mm-hmm.
Tonight's presentation is not to approve this program, is it? Because we're coming back
to accept it.
It's to accept the program, and then you all are coming back to us next, January, February, or how does that look?
This is to accept the report tonight.
Yep.
Depending on the amount of, if we go out for bid and get a contract, depending on the amount, we will come back to you with that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Solid. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Tave, any questions?
No questions. Only, I'm glad to see that this is happening. And it seems like we've been talking about crosswalks quite a bit. And it's been a topic for years in Pinole, and I'm glad to see that you're coming up with a comprehensive program that we can communicate to our citizenship and let them know, and our residents, that there is a program, this is moving forward. And if it's incremental, I mean, based on budget and whatnot, I think I'm anxious to hear back from you. But I'm glad that this presentation and this program is starting to get off the ground, because I think in the past it's been on whoever voiced the loudest, right, or if there was an incident. But I'm glad that this is starting to take a more proactive approach to assessing the crosswalks and intersections. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for this list, near points, intersections, near points of interest, as you've regarded as your priority. I'd like to have you consider another point of interest, and that is the bus stops. So I'm curious if you have worked with WestCat to identify where there are bus stops where near a crosswalk. Those would be, quote, points of interest, because we've got students that we want to encourage using public transportation. We also have students and parents of special needs students who may be near one of those crosswalks. So working with WestCat for one, to identify where those stops may be. I can tell you one offhand because I live near it and it's very visible to me. Marinola Way and Tesoro Court. And that's a particularly interesting location because we have a crosswalk, we have one stop sign on Marinola Way, that traffic that drives heading west sees, but there's no stop sign on the opposite side of the street heading west. So I imagine there may be similar configurations elsewhere in Pinole where there is a bus stop, where there is a crosswalk, and maybe there's one stop sign. So we're getting a little beyond what I think we're addressing with this legislation, but the commonalities is to broaden that line of sight for the drivers, and knowing and being witness to, seeing how fast, quickly is not the word, how fast traffic seems to go on residential streets where those bus stops are, further makes me think that those could be considered points of interest as well. And if our goal is to address pedestrian safety, those are locations where, if they're not on this first round of the list, ought to be evaluated as well. So thank you for that. Oh, and this is not a question, but if you need volunteers to paint, when we're talking about striping, red striping, are we talking about painting the curbs red? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
And I say that half facetiously, but residents would be pleased to see traffic slowing down, and their own interest, particularly in residential areas. Again, we're talking first in the areas where there's quote high level of pedestrians, but as well we can anticipate that in residential areas you would have people come out and help the crews, liabilities taken care of, and all of that risk assessment done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to bring up that in May of every year, this is for our two newbies, we have a community services day. And in the past, we have had groups like the Boy Scouts that have refreshed red painting curbs. And I think if we were able to sort of train certain groups on how to do it, this could be done by much earlier. So, I would just keep that in mind. Perhaps there's an orientation for some of the volunteers. A lot of times the volunteers will pick certain projects. So whether it's police explorers or, Boy Scouts or whatever, just providing the paint and, the directions, the parameters might be a way to really get people involved. So.
Thank you. I've noted both comments. So thank you very much. We'll look into that for sure. I love the idea, but I've noted it and we'll research for sure. Thank you.
Okay, great. Do we have any public comments?
If I can point out that this is just the first section of this presentation, we might want to save public comments and.
Yes, thank you.
All right. It seems like you knew what was coming when you were talking about, council member, about speed limits and safety. So the next part of this presentation is the recommended speed limits, and we wanted to bring to you the 2024 Engineering and Traffic Survey Report, the ENT, we call it. And the intent of this report is to set the basis for establishing and revising and enforcing speed limits in the city. Next slide, please. So about the engineering and traffic study, first of all, the study presents recommendations for city limits to be either maintained or reestablished. We had Wilden Engineering perform the report, and these are the results of that report. So we're going to present them in a little bit. These ENTs are required, and they must be updated every 7 years to ensure that the speed limits reflect the current conditions at the time of the studies. And what that means is if there was a new development, if there was an increase in population, cars, bikes, everything, all these new factors need to be considered depending on the time that we're taking the snapshot of this data. Our last engineering traffic report survey was done in 2017. So we're right at the 7-year mark of renewing this information. And just for everybody's information, these ENT surveys are prepared under the California Vehicle Code and California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. Next slide, please. So why do we need to establish speed limits? Obviously, we were just talking about that, and we have great examples of why. First of all, it is required by law, so we have to comply. It's not necessarily optional. We also need them to substantiate our speed limits and to be able to provide law enforcement with the ability to actually enforce these limits. And then more importantly, I think overall, is to continue to keep our citizens safe and move around and have a safe driving and walking environment. And that's why we have speed limits. Next slide, please. I like this slide because it shows us what a little bit of speed increase can do to a body. And so higher vehicle speeds significantly increase likelihood of fatalities. You don't have to go too far high, much higher to start seeing serious injury. As you can see on this graph, on this slide, a 20-mile-per-hour limit can cause perhaps 8% of fatalities or really serious bodily injury. As you go to the 30s and 40s, then we really are in trouble with that. So people can really be hurt at higher speeds, and that's like it says right there, 20 is plenty, but obviously it needs to all be considering the environment. Next slide, please. A little bit of background. In the past, municipalities, cities, entities were able to set the speed limits just based on the 85th percentile, which means the limit at which 85% of the traffic travels. But now with Assembly Bill 43, which was approved in 2021 and it became effective in 2022, this gives the cities and municipalities more flexibility in setting limits. And this flexibility is based on consideration of additional conditions, not just the speed limit and not just what everybody travels at. But instead, it requires agencies to consider different factors to ensure the safety of the pedestrians and drivers and all of that. It really refers to particularly vulnerable populations like pedestrians and bicyclists. Next slide, please. Back to the study, the elements that were considered, they're all pretty much required to develop a study of this sort. And first, they included all these factors. First is the speed sampling. They collect data by a certified radar operator. It's in an unmarked vehicle and it's taking samples of the traffic as it travels. And it is key to identify that 25th percentile that I was mentioning, that is the speed at which or below which 85% of the traffic travels. They also look at the crash history for obvious reasons. We want to make sure that the crash history hasn't either, changed for the negative. And if it does, then the study needs to call out for that and make recommendations accordingly. Conditions not readily apparently to motorists. This also needs to be identified if there are hidden driveways or if there's blind turns or if whatever the conditions may be, these are also required to be considered for the study. And then we are also allowed, per the California Vehicle Code, to either retain previously established limits or to restore previous limits that were discovered in previous speed studies, traffic studies. And last one is the land or facilities that generate high concentrations of pedestrians or bicycles. This provisions is also on the California Vehicle Code to basically give additional leeway to the cities to determine what speed is appropriate at certain locations, considering all the environmental factors, considering everything, the history, everything else. So it is not just a one-dimensional, this is the speed, this is what people are doing. Instead, we're considering every other factor that we could possibly consider so that we can make an informed decision and adjust the limits accordingly. Next slide, please. So for our survey that Wilden Engineering did for us, they analyzed 12 segments. They surveyed 12 segments. 8 of those segments were deemed to be at the appropriate speed posted. And 4 of those segments were recommended to reduce the speed limit. 3 of those segments were also recommended to be established as land or facilities that generate high concentrations of bicycles and pedestrians. Next slide, please. So these are the recommendations over here, specific to our city. And I want to note that item 7 we discovered that there was an error there on the existing speed limit. It's already posted at 25, so I apologize for that. We're going to amend the report to reflect the correct speed on that segment, so that segment does not have any speed change recommendation. But segment 4, for example, is on Pinole Valley Road between Tennant Avenue and Granada Court. That one has a posted speed limit of 30 miles per hour, has 2 lanes in each direction, and it's adjacent to residential and commercial areas with a school along the way. So that is why the traffic study has recommended to reduce the speed to 25 miles per hour as a special condition due to it having conditions that are not familiar for that are not known to an unfamiliar driver. Segment 5 there, and I have a map coming up, so it'll be much easier to visualize. Segment 5, Pinole Valley Road, is similar to the one before. However, this has posted 35 mile per hour limit, and people seem to be speeding a little bit there. The 85 percentile is 41 miles per hour, and it is also has some special conditions with hidden driveways, has sidewalks, crosswalks, bike presence along the corridor. So therefore, it has also been recommended to reduce the speed there. Segment 7 is the one that I was mentioning before. Segment 8 on San Pablo Avenue and Oak Ridge Road to Sunnyview Drive. This one also has some special conditions. It has moderate pedestrian use, some uncontrolled crosswalks, and that may not be apparent to drivers. So this also has been recommended for a reduction. And then I'll go through the last one, which is very similar. This one has also special conditions on San Pablo Avenue from Sunnyview to West City Limit. Segments 5, 8, and 9 have been proposed to be recommended to be identified or defined as land or facilities that generate high concentrations of bicycles and pedestrians. If we can move to the next slide, please. That illustrates a little bit what we're talking about. So here's one of the segments from Pinole Valley Road, and it shows the speed limit changes. So the existing to Granada Court is 30, and then we would recommend, or the study recommends that we lower it to 35 miles per hour. The next segment, it's at 35 miles per hour, and it's recommended to go down to 30. The next segment is just, it doesn't have a new recommendation. Next slide, please. This is the other part of the San Pablo Avenue segment that is recommended to drop it by 10 miles an hour. Existing is 40 and is recommended to go to 30. And one more, please. Next slide. And that is also San Pablo Avenue from Sunnyview to Oak Ridge to go down to 25 miles per hour. Next slide, please. Almost there. Okay, so if slow speeds are safer, why don't we just reduce all of them, right? That's a question that we may get asked. First of all, as I presented, a speed limit evaluation is a dynamic process, and it has to follow certain rules and regulations. It needs to follow the law, and it needs to be done in a systematic and appropriate way. Also, California law prevents us from arbitrarily changing speed limits. And this is not only to ensure that traffic flow is not disrupted, but also to ensure a safety of the drivers and pedestrians all at the same time. There has to be an environmental aspect to it as well, to make sure that we can move appropriately and we just can go 20 miles per hour every way, right? And the last item is it's just a quick quote that AB 43 authorizes us to reduce the applicable speed limit on any qualifying road by 5 miles per hour. And this limit, after completing the traffic and engineering survey. And then it refers to what the law applies to, which is roads that have been designated as a safety corridor or are adjacent to any land or facility that generates high concentrations of bicycles and pedestrians. Next slide, please. So the next steps, what are we doing and what will we do? If council gives direction to adopt an amended
Engineering and traffic report, and I say amended because we need to correct some of the portions of it. An ordinance will be introduced to council on December 3rd, and then we will have a second reading on December 17th, and then the ordinance will be adopted on January 16th, and then after that, we'll be able to proceed with implementation, changing signs, grinding the pavement where the speed limits are located, and then we can start converting the city to those limits. Thank you. That's it for my presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. Any questions on this round? Go ahead, Councilmember Murphy.
Yeah, and thank you for round 2 of this presentation. Looking good so far. I wanted to spend some time because I realized a lot of the both first and second portion of this presentation, we haven't gone to the third yet, are reliant upon law enforcement, just ensuring we have a good plan to enforce any of these changes. What is that looking like? My understanding is like we now have a traffic enforcement division of the police department. Is that, how many folks are staffing that? Can you give us some insight to that division and how you all are working with that division to enact this program?
Certainly. So right now, PD does have one designated traffic enforcement officer, but we are in discussion and they're under direction of creating a second position.
Okay.
Because PD is fairly short-staffed, that may take a little time while they're continuing to fill some of their vacancies. But that is something that the police department is currently working on, and that is one of the conversations that I had with each of the police chief candidates, as well with Chief Avery and Commander Crone. So enforcement is absolutely critical in both of these areas, both with enforcing the new speed limits as well as the daylighting. And so that is something that we're having ongoing conversations about. And right now we've identified those 2 positions, but we're in discussion of if that's adequate or not.
Solid. Okay. While we are still deciding on how to kind of move forward with the traffic enforcement division, all officers are still responsible for traffic enforcement. I mean, we just kind
That
of
is
focus.
absolutely correct, and thank you
Okay.
for that clarification. Yes.
Absolutely. One of the things I wanted to talk about, because I think these programs are really great. I love that we're getting a package, a deal, if you will, like of packages. I do want to just reiterate, like, with every policy we talk about, we have to think about equity. And so as we think about this in particular, one of the concerns I have that hopefully can be mitigated, honestly, hopefully we both have this conversation, it comes back, is just our traffic enforcement. We're seeing across certainly the state of California disparities, racial disparities, mostly on traffic enforcement. On September 16th of this year, the San Francisco Chronicle wrote an article about the racial and essentially since 2015, every department in California that's a police agency now has to essentially reveal its numbers and racial profiling, or if they have any. Here in Pinole, we've seen essentially black folks being stopped 3 times more than white folks, although black folks represent or constitute only 13% of this community. That number is, it's for Latino residents, Latino folks, it's 2 times as much as a white person. So I just want to be very clear that I'm okay with us thinking about this program holistically. What we want to do is make sure we keep our pedestrians safe. What we don't want to do is essentially have racial disparities in our policing force, right? And especially when it comes to traffic stops. So I want the staff, I want the police department to be very conscious and targeted and understanding that our numbers do not look good. Again, these could be residents. These don't have to be residents, right? When I'm saying these folks who have been stopped, the numbers itself just don't look good. And I want us to really think about what it means to be very clear that, yes, we don't want pedestrians to die in Pinole, but it's also not fair to Black and Latino residents and visitors that we have this disparity going on. So I think as we think about these two programs that we've already discussed, and perhaps even the Creative Crosswalks program, we think about what that means as it relates to law enforcement and policing in a fair manner. And I'm sure our police chief and our police officers, of course, it would behoove them to have a better light in that way as well. And so I didn't necessarily see that laid out in this program, so I want to make sure that's kind of part of the next steps of cooperation and collaboration between departments if possible.
I think that's a great point. This is more discussing these particular pieces and less of the enforcement program. But I think as we're moving forward, definitely looking at equity as part of that program is critical.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Sasai.
Thank you, and I just want to amplify the comments made by Councilor Murphy along the lines of racial equity in transportation and policing, that being at the forefront of the conversation here when we talk about these speed limits. On the recommendations, there's a slide there with different segments, I think 4 through 9. And can you share more details about the discretion and options that local governments have in reducing speed limits, both when the traffic studies justifies it and also when it does not justify those reductions?
You know, we had a long conversation about this, and I would like to defer to our city attorney for that.
Sure. So we have the survey, the study that essentially provides recommendations. We can deviate from those recommendations, and we can essentially assign a speed limit 5 miles per hour lower or even higher than the recommendation, as long as we make specific findings. And so I think what we're seeking from the City Council today is some direction and recommendations on the limits that you would like to see. We will then bring that back in the form of an ordinance, and we'll advise on, if the recommendation that you are suggesting is kind of permitted under the California Vehicle Code. And so we'll be advising on that. But the recommendations that are before you, those are ones that, that are from our consultant. And so we'll take your advice on those. But it's really within 5 miles per hour of the current listed speed limit is kind of where the range that we have.
Mm-hmm. And it's not 5 miles per hour lower than the recommendation in terms of the ability for the City Council to lower those speed limits.
That's correct, because I think some of the recommendations are a 10 mile per hour decrease, and so an additional 5. That I don't believe that would be permitted under state law, but we'll obviously be looking into that if that's the direction.
Right. So, for example, on the section of Tenant Avenue through Granada Court, Pinole Valley Road, the recommendation is a 5 mile per hour reduction there. So we would not be able to go past that recommendation. 5 miles per hour lower than that recommendation to total into 10 miles per hour of a reduction.
I don't believe so. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Gotcha. And then there are certain exceptions there that I'm seeing. The first one being, is it a business activity district, but then also a safety corridor? Those are 2 of them, right? And what's the process to designating a safety corridor or a business activity district? Is it a pretty lengthy process?
No, so it's really, we would bring forward the staff report as part of the proposed ordinance, and we would essentially make findings. So we would kind of bring forward evidence in support of this being a highly trafficked bicycle or pedestrian area, and we would kind of have the kind of whereas clauses, and so that we can make the appropriate findings to make that designation. Mm-hmm. And once we do so, then we would have the ability to adjust the speed limit within those.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Tave, any questions?
Yeah, I remember a conversation a while back, and I know this had to do with speed limits, and there was a conversation around Pinole Valley Road, and I'm not sure who the officer was when we were discussing it. Might have been the chief when we were talking about it, but it was the enforcement component had to be somewhat, and for some reason 14 miles per hour stuck in my mind over the speed limit for it to go to actually court and somebody getting like a ticket actually sticking. There was these, I don't know if the council remembers that conversation, but there was this conversation around, well, if we were to give the ticket out, a person can go to court and it was you're 5 miles over, they won't even hear it. At least that's I vaguely remember us talking about that. I'm wondering if we could talk about what actually, is enforceable, and then at the same time, what actually sticks. And then at the same time, like if it's 15 miles an hour, these numbers don't. I think they're being more restrictive. So if somebody's driving 35 miles per hour for the new one, that wouldn't be something that an officer pulls someone over for, even though it's over the 30. Does anybody else remember that conversation? I think.
Thank you. Here's what I remember. I remember that the officers were challenged with the enforcement piece of reducing speeds because there was no, I don't know if even to call it an incentive. It was more difficult to go through the process of citing someone and eventually having it go to court, and then finding out, and then giving testimony and everything else that's required, and perhaps we can get some actual information from interim chief, acting chief Avery, who's in the audience here, to correct us and to also have us understand better why it's been a challenge to officers and how could they could do better. But yes, there seem to be some sort of barriers once the case went to court.
Right. And I just want to say that if we were to reduce these numbers, the impact really would be, 35 miles an hour, you'd be 5 miles, so you'd be at 30. Really what we're talking about is something enforceable is 45. Somebody was driving through a 30 mile an hour and it kind of egregiously going over the speed limit would be something that would stick. But I'd like to hear more about, similar to Councilmember Murphy's conversation, is like, how does that intersect? And when we reduce these numbers, does that mean that it's enforceable? And how many tickets are we putting out there? Because to me, it just seems like I would go with these recommendations just because I know that slower speeds mean safer roads, right? So that's kind of my take and my question, but I really wanted to hear a little bit more about how is this enforced, so.
Okay. Is our chief able to respond to that?
Certainly. Well, at least some of the topics. This radar survey is what we refer to it in layman's term in court. It's a tool that allows officers to go out and enforce speed using radar. There's specific road widths, lengths in between traffic control devices that we need this survey in order to go out and enforce a speed. Obviously the state legislator doesn't want police departments using speed enforcement as a revenue generator. So there's a process in place that goes through the council through an engineering survey that justifies the speeds that we can go out and enforce. So this one will allow us to go out and enforce these speeds on the roadway. Now, whether they stand up in court, a lot of factors go into that. You can have a speed limit of 25 miles an hour through Old Town Pinole, and it could be so foggy and visibility is so short distance that 25 would be unsafe. We go out and we enforce unsafe speed, not necessarily a speed limit. This allows us to use radar and other tools and sets the safe speed as a baseline for us. So what stands up in court, there's a lot of factors that go into that. For instance, I lost a 51 mile an hour citation on Appian Way, which is posted at 35 miles an hour, basically because there were no pedestrians present, and the commissioner deemed that it was not unsafe given the conditions at the time. But it's not all about winning in court, traffic citations or revenue generation or anything that, the perceptions out there. It's a tool that allows us to go out, make the stop, educate the citizens. one of the items up here, number 7, I think one of the reasons why it says shows a -5 is for the longest time we could not enforce the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit in Old Town Pinole. The council adopted that posted speed limit knowing that we would not be able to enforce it because it would be deemed a speed trap if challenged in court. We made the decision under an ethical decision that if it's a speed trap and we know that, we're not going to go out and enforce that and just take our chance as to who takes us to court or not. So again, this is a tool, part of the engineering, education, and enforcement for traffic safety. What happens in court later on is up to the commissioner. The commissioner that's in place now is much more in tune with traffic safety. I don't think we run into those issues as much as we used to. As far as, there's no arbitrary number that if someone's going 5 miles an hour, we can't give a ticket. If it's unsafe, 5 miles an hour and over the posted speed limit, we can give a citation. What happens in court will be up to the commissioner or the judge to determine. So are there any other questions? I hope that answered,
Look, it did clarify it for this presentation.
Yeah, I mean, someone going 12, 15 miles an hour and over a speed limit, we're going to more than likely issue a citation, and I would think that the judge is going to find that, with a valid survey on file, if this is adopted, that would be deemed unsafe.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I will. My only comment, and I know you addressed it because I gave the comment to our city manager yesterday, and that is segment 6, and that is Pinole Valley Road between West Seamus Avenue and the city limits. I have had a number of residents complain about the speed there. I have seen the speed. I walk that stretch from Seamus to Seamus every day and see it. And I think that we could make the findings there in that it's heavily traveled as a bike route. It has an elementary school and a huge frontage for Pinole Valley Park. And there's 3 major intersections, actually 3 major intersections that don't have stop signs that feed onto Pinole Valley Road in that stretch, and that's Galbraith, Seamus Avenue East, and Savage Avenue near the park. So I would like to see us add segment 6, and I understand that we can only go down 5 miles an hour, so it would go from existing 35 to 30 is my understanding. But when we get to that item on the consent calendar, 9J, that will be my recommendation.
Thank you for that. I've noted it. And you'd be happy to know that that's exactly what I did before we came to this meeting. I wanted to drive it myself.
Oh.
So I went all the way down there and I saw some of the same concerns. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Do we have any public comments?
Irma Ruport.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a third round. Irma, hold on.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll give you time. The third round.
Thank you so much.
All right, I'm your third course here. Okay, great. Next slide, please. So this section here is going to go into a pilot concept for focusing on downtown Pinole, Old Town area, and specifically focusing on pedestrian safety improvements on a pilot basis in downtown. So there are 3 different concepts. And the first one is to establish no turn on red on San Pablo Avenue in the downtown area. And so that would be looking at the intersections on San Pablo in downtown that we would want to establish no turn on red, and bringing that back to the council for consideration and action. The second is to look at the pork chop on San Pablo Avenue that turns into Tennant Avenue and make a right-hand turn there. And so that would be looking at redesigning that lane in that turn to be a bus turn only lane. And so regular vehicular traffic would have to go to the actual light, stop, and then make their right-hand turn. And then the third concept is a creative crosswalks pilot program concept. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And that would be to create works of art in our crosswalks downtown to improve pedestrian safety and also add some vibrancy to downtown. So next slide, please. So for the first two concepts that I just mentioned, the no turn on red and making the pork chop a bus turn only lane, the subcommittee that the council established would work with staff on those concepts, and we would bring back what we come up with to the full council for adoption. Next slide, please. So similarly, we would be working with the subcommittee on this Creative Crosswalks pilot program. And the initiative would aim to enhance pedestrian safety downtown, like I mentioned, by painting some of our crosswalks. So next slide, please. So the pilot program, again, would focus on downtown Pinole, and we've identified nearly 40 crosswalks that could be potential candidates for the program. The subcommittee would assist in developing a priority list of crosswalks that need to be or should be painted first. Next slide, please. So there have been many successful creative crosswalk programs throughout California, and each of those programs have been a little bit different in terms of their funding sources, their objectives, their levels of community engagement, types of partnerships involved, what they choose to focus on. So here are just some examples here for some big cities in California. So we have a photo of a crosswalk in Long Beach in 2022. Long Beach installed crosswalks featuring fish swimming south, and the intent was to symbolize the ocean connection right there in downtown Long Beach. And in Modesto in 2017, they installed piano keys and musical notes near a center for the arts to promote art in that area. The photo here of Chinatown in Oakland, and there was a scramble intersection that was created, and so that's an intersection where all lights stop vehicular traffic for pedestrians to access the intersections, and it was painted in a way to celebrate the Chinatown community in downtown Oakland. And then this other photo here of Santa Rosa. This was a Shasta Daisy design that was featured on some of their crosswalks and funded by grants. And their intent was to improve safety and revitalize a particular neighborhood in Santa Rosa. Next slide, please. Okay, and so these are some examples from some smaller cities in California for you to look at. So in 2022, Petaluma launched a community-funded program that featured inclusive and joyful crosswalk designs. In 2015, Lompoc installed crosswalks with designs featuring art and wine, Native American symbols, and poppies, and they were all selected through a local commission. This year, Fairfax in Marin County introduced Progress Pride flag crosswalk design to celebrate inclusivity and inclusion and diversity. And then in 2021, Capitola, here on the bottom of the slide, painted a book-themed mural near their library to honor literacy. Next slide, please. So we don't only see them in California or across the U.S., but we also see them across around the world. And so here we have some photos from Santiago, Chile, where crosswalks were painted featuring fish swimming against the current to represent, this was in a market area in Chile. In an area in China, there was a photo here that shows piano keys across a crosswalk and someone playing those keys. In Tel Aviv, Israel, there's a photo here of rainbow crosswalks that were installed for their gay pride parade. There's a photo here from Iceland from 2017. This is interesting. So they introduced this 3D optical illusion crosswalk where when you're driving at the crosswalk, it actually looks like there's blocks that are lifted and has you slow down a little bit. And when you're looking at it from a pedestrian point of view, it does not look 3D. In South Africa, there was this recollection crosswalk that was created to raise awareness specifically of pedestrian fatalities in this particular area. In Australia, again, we see the 3D illusion crosswalks designed to slow down traffic. And in India here, there's an artistic crosswalks around a school zone to make it safer for children crossing the street. Next slide, please. So this is a kind of a laundry list, but a working laundry list of the different things that the subcommittee could play a role in shaping this pilot program for the city of Pinole. So key tasks would include developing criteria for design submissions, ensuring that the designs meet visibility standards, durability standards, comply with safety standards. We could explore innovative paint materials such as heat reflecting paint. From a climate focus perspective, we could also explore paint that changes color in the rain as well, which would be interesting. The subcommittee would also be involved in creating any artist selection criteria, a community engagement process, working with our partners, and identifying sponsorship opportunities as well. So that brings me to my next slide here, which is some potential civic partners. So we've identified just a couple here on the screen. I'm sure all of you have great ideas for other groups that we could work with and include in this project. Next slide, please. And then we also have included just a starting list of potential grant sources here that could fund this pilot program. And the subcommittee can work with us to explore feasibility of some of these grants, and some of them are available starting in January of next year. So the final slide here, this is just a repeat of your first slide, giving you an overview of the 3 topics we talked about and the different actions that we're recommending you take this evening, those 2 items that are on consent, and then my last item, which you've already taken up with your appointments this evening. That concludes my portion of the presentation, and we're all here to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Any questions on this segment?
Just one question. Sure. On the different pedestrian crosswalks, is there any data that suggests that creates a safer, I imagine it does, but is there any data that you have that suggests that it creates a safer area when there's a painted crosswalk?
I haven't done a ton of research yet on this, but what I have been reading either shows data that supports that there is safety improvements or does not cause additional safety improvements. So that was a concern of folks, is that this would cause additional collisions or fatalities, and the data shows that it does not. So, okay. But we can explore with the subcommittee some of those data points as well.
Yeah, it seems like the subcommittee got a lot of work to do. It's exciting work, but it definitely is work ahead. One of the mentions I just wanted to ask specifically to the safety was the scramble crosswalk. I know that like Pinole, Tenet and San Pablo Avenue probably would be prime for something like that. I do remember like seeing that at Los Angeles a bunch in areas that made me feel the safest in Los Angeles, which is a very car-driven city. And so I would love to see, those options of just like if there is data out there that suggests different options. Obviously seeing books on the ground, that was really, really cool. So I kind of changed my mind. I don't know if I like the rainbow crosswalks better or like the book painted crosswalk better. But either way, it would be great to see the data that suggests which is best. But I guess we'll get that from the subcommittee when it comes back to us. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we will open it up for the public. And Irma, you have a public comment? How much time do I have? I'll be flexible.
I'll make it fast. I know everybody wants to go. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Again, really quick. First, I'll start with 9J, the Engineering and Traffic Speed Survey Report. My question is, I looked at the report. It was 68 pages. I didn't read it all, but I did see the letter when it was received, October 2024. Any reason why the TAPS committee can't look at this report and refer to them? We do have a traffic and pedestrian committee, and as you know, a lot of the residents and a lot of them will go to the TAPS committee for questions, and I'd like to see us get them more involved if you haven't. The other thing is, the other question I do have, or comments for the 9I, intersections and crosswalks. Yes, I do live on Marianola, Marlesta, just like Councilmember Norma Martinez Rubin is interested in. Yeah, there are Westcat stops at the corners, and I've seen cars parked right on the corner, no red zone, no nothing. And we do have apartment building, 144 apartments around the corner, and a lot of those cars or visitors will come out and park at the corners of the buses or not stops. So in my opinion, I know citing people, but I think educating people first, maybe a warning or citation, or maybe something to say, please do not park there. I know we could put some signs out there. And they also think that painting the sidewalks, I like the idea Councilmember Martinez Rubin thought about. I'm currently a Community Services Commissioner, and last year what we did was painted picnics at the park, something new, something different. So maybe get some of your commissioners, volunteers, let some of the public works teach us how to do that. It doesn't take a genius or, I mean, if you need people, let's get them all out there. And thirdly, I do like the idea with the B2 pedestrian safety improvements pilot program concepts. The thing I want to add to this is I used to be a member of the Economic Development and Affordable Housing Committee, similar to Councilmember Norma Martinez Rubin. And a lot of these concepts and ideas were brought up at the time years ago. One of the things is the Creative Crosswalks program design about the artists. I think very important. There's a lot of, today I was reading a lot about grants available that kids in East Palo Alto are doing, and they got grants. The ARP 2024 this month came out with grants help boost livability. Can I give a few minutes? Projects focus on community spaces, grants delivered in California, and project locations. I have this. I would like to see with this ad hoc committee, I'd like to see maybe one TAPS or one community services commissioner involved in this committee, included, or maybe just pass on information so we can add it to you guys. I think serving in committees, you don't exclude us. We're part of the committee. We're part of the city. We've been here longer than most. And for some of us, I think in the past, the TAPS committee was excluded and suspended for a certain time, and some members dropped out. So please include us. We're here to serve the public just like you are, but we volunteer, and I would appreciate it. Be very inclusive with these projects and pass them on to the committees and the Community Services Commission and the TAPS and everybody else we can, because we need to get everybody involved. And thank you, City Manager. I saw you in November at the farmers market, so I appreciate it. A lot of people were talking. As you know, people are out there, they want to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
No more public comments.
Mr. Voss Brink is.
Yes, a hand just went up.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Anthony, longtime member of the community, senior citizen, taxpayer. I'd like to comment on the last two items that were presented on the consent calendar. Related comments and questions from myself and some friends and neighbors in Pinole. Were the people that are going to be affected, I guess the public, you said you started to put out the notices already. How did you contact those people with their the red striping rule of 2025 and near their intersections or near their homes? And also, did you notify the surrounding adjoining businesses as well? And what were the feedback from them? Because I know in the past there's been several businesses, and this goes hand in hand with the other comment as far as, you know, this program or law will only be as good as the enforcement. And I know two of the city council members brought that up. But if you're just going to keep giving them slap on the wrist and look the other way, like we've done with people going up and down Fitzgerald Drive, Old Town Pinole, and Pinole Valley Road, speeding, running stop signs, red lights, what have you, it'll continue. So, you know, the police needs to step up their game with the new police chief or the current acting police chief with better enforcement. So these people won't willy-nilly you know, have the run of our city as they have had in the past. Just check the police blotter, you know. But anyway, that being said, I know several businesses that didn't like that red curbing law. In fact, I think it was Lieutenant or Captain Avery. He stood up for several of those businesses several times before TAPS and wanted to, you know, put that red painting curb rule to bed and not have it done. But I guess Mr. Mishra earned part of his stay here when he stood up to Chief Avery 2, if not 3 times during TAPS meetings as he made a presentation as a public and private citizen or police officer that he said the public did not want and were not in agreement with having red curbs all over the city near their driveways or their intersections. Case in point, the Tortilla Taco restaurant down on Valley Road, and the Square Deal Garage. You know, we've given them several passes for parking on the red curbs, parking on sidewalks with no citations throughout the years. So that's got to stop come January 1. I hope. And as far as the other thing with the signage, did we get a grant to pay for, or is this part of the extra signage that was put out throughout the city, up and down Pinole Valley Road, and the no stop signs there, up and down Appian Way corridor? But there are like 2 to 3 dozen brand new sidewalk, no parking signs that have been strung out every 100 feet or so. Did we have to pay for that, or is that Public Works just moving in advance of this new law and is part of it? And who's going to pay for all those signages? Because the word out is the city was wanting not to paint all the red curbs when they fade out, or maybe didn't have the $100 a gallon to do it, so they did.
Time has expired. Please wrap up your comments. Thank you.
They just, you know, willy-nilly, they didn't ask city council or the public where and how many of these signs should go up overnight in our city in the last few months. So could you please address that? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comments? I think I'll try to address one of the comments that I heard, and I don't know if staff can address others, but one of the comments was the signs, the no parking signs that went up on Pinole Valley Road, where there's not any parking available anyway, but there's signs and not red curbs. I noticed that there were, vertical signs that did appear kind of overnight, and but that's unrelated to this the topic that we're discussing tonight about daylighting at intersections. And then the question about whether or not a business is contacted about red painting. It's compliance with the state law. The red painting will help notify a driver that they're not to be parked there, rather than possibly getting a ticket, or a pedestrian not being seen in a crosswalk. So I don't know if there's any other pieces that staff wants to respond to on that comment.
Is it on? Oh, okay. Thank you. The only piece of information I can share right now is I know that our staff has notified residential owners, like if we are going to stripe right in front of the property where they prefer to park their car. However, being that it's residential, there's there's plenty of other parking. It's just a little inconvenient because it's where they would like to park. So we have issued a notice before we do the striping so that they are aware, but we are fully, conscientious of their ability to park elsewhere. It's just a little bit inconvenient.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Rupert had a question about inclusion of TAPS or Community Services Committee on moving forward. And I'm just wondering if we've given any thought to those, to inclusion on the committee and also doing a presentation at TAPS committee.
So if I can add a little bit, there was a presentation on the daylighting to TAPS, and there is planning on being an additional presentation regarding the speed limits. We also are loving very much the idea of partnerships on adopting the curbs and some of the other pieces, and would love to include community services in that, as well as TAPS and other groups. I mean, the more the merrier and the better for Pinole, so I think that's great.
Great, great. Any other final thoughts? Okay. With that, thank you. This was an amazing presentation, and it will help us with our consent calendar. Yes, thank you. All right, so we will move to consent. And does anybody have anything they want to pull?
9J, please.
9J, okay. And then I have a comment on 9F, just very quickly. Anyone else? Okay. My comment on 9F has to do with the notifications that were sent out about launching the Peers program. And there are some residents that live within the Pinole city limits that don't get mailed to them because their address is El Sobrante. And if when whoever is doing the mail out, if they do a search, either pull out that neighborhood so that they can get notification, or you can do a range for the tax rate areas. And the tax rate areas for Pinole are 06001 through 06999. And that'll pick up anybody who is in the city limits, regardless if they have an address that says Pinole or El Sobrante. So I'm happy to, help out with that confirmation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and we will we'll circle back and make sure that those residents get the information.
Yeah, and I don't know if they got the, if they got this notice, if we're using the same process, but I've just heard about it on the Peers issue, but it could be the same issue on other mailings that we do. And then 9J, Vice Mayor, did you have something to add?
Yes. On the resolution that is before us here, because there is a typo for street segment number. Give me 1 second here. street segment number 7, which is San Pablo Avenue with from East City Limit to Oak Ridge Road. Do we have to amend that? Or do we have another resolution?
So what we would want to do if council gives that direction is we would bring this back with both the amended report, any potential changes that we would be evaluating, and that,
I mean, just
that it has to happen. We have to update that, yes.
And then for clarification, for segment 7, there is no recommendation for a speed change there, right? There's no, where it says -5 on change. That was not supposed to be there.
So the one that says 30 that goes to 25,
Yes.
it was 25, and they're still recommending 25.
25. Gotcha. And then Mayor Toms highlighted segment 6, which is Pinole Valley Road from Seamus Avenue to South City Limit. Can the city council reduce that to 30?
So that would be by 5 miles per hour, which my understanding is that if we looked at that and we had findings showing, that it was a high concentration of bicyclists or pedestrians, that we may be able to bring that back. So that would be something that we would have to review. I will say that based on what we have looked at, I think there would likely be findings, but I would need to defer to the city attorney on that.
Yeah, and I gave some ideas of findings with the school, the park, and the major roads that meet that intersection, and the bicycle traffic. So with those 2 corrections, any other corrections to that item? Okay. Any public comments on consent calendar?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Rafael Menez would like to speak on 9C, D, G, I, and J. And then Irma Report would like to speak on 9B and 9J.
Okay.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Mess, resident of Pinole. Is audio going through?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't quite sure. So first off, with regards to item 9C, the first quarter financial report, I just wanted to particularly praise the charts. You could see the first one on page 88 of the agenda packet. I feel like it's a really effective way to show graphically how the various amounts coming in or going out have varied by quarter over the given year's cover to get a better sense of how the value compares both as a raw amount in compared to prior years and also as a raw amount compared to prior quarters. I think it's a really great piece of graphic design, and I want to highlight and praise that, whoever was involved in making that happen. Let's see. And then with regards to the financial report, I noticed that on page number 98, there wasn't any revenue noted for the Cable Access TV Fund, and I wrote in to staff to ask that in writing, and they replied that this was just due to the timing of revenue receipt being after the reporting period for first quarter, but that there will, in fact, be revenue for that. Just wanted to flag that. Let's see. For item 9G, I just wanted to note that the city was able to get a lot more money for its grant than it actually applied for in the first place. And you don't hear about that happening very often. So I think that's worth highlighting, that we succeeded in doing that because of the level of detail that the city went into in its climate action and adaptation plan. So I think some praise is due to our, sustainability manager, Kapil Amin, for all the work that he did on the climate action and adaptation plan and, making sure the city got all the money in this grant. And let's see. With regards for item 9I and the paint, I noticed that in the presentation it was mentioned there was longer lasting paint available that could last 3 to 5 years, and that the paint that was suggested was $100 for a gallon that would cover 90 square feet, but it would only last for a year to a year and a half. So I was wondering, what would the cost be for longer lasting paint, and what would the sort of staff cost be for repainting the roads? I heard the suggestion that, it'd basically be a community service activity to repaint the relevant segments, and that might mitigate the staff cost effect, but having to repaint annually seems like a moderate time demand of at least. And then Vice Mayor Sasai already addressed my concern with regard to the resolution and number 6 of this, or number 7 rather, in the street segments. Though I'm also curious as to basically how the city can do the 10-mile-an-hour speed reduction on segments 8 and 9, given that it seemed like it was suggested the city could only do a 5-mile-an-hour reduction by default. Was it just because there are multiple factors combined there that permitted that level of reduction? And then let's see. And I think that's all the questions I had within the consent calendar. There are other questions, but they're for other parts of the agenda. Thank you.
Again, good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. I've asked for this information, Mayor, and if I could, on the transaction listings, 9B, what happens on page 18, it's Pacific Site Management Monthly Landscaping Services, $20,000. I think it looks like we're paying $10,000 a month for this landscaper. I had asked when we signed this contract, it didn't say in the contract, it's did specific places, but no time, no date, and when it's completed. I think it's important. I volunteer at the senior center. I walk around the city quite a bit. I'm retired. I have never seen these guys working. I'm sorry. It's just an honest truth. We used to see them before, but I don't see them. The place doesn't look clean at all. So if we could have sites, dates, and times who's monitoring these contracts, especially this one, site management. I know Hercules had a landscaper. They let them go because they weren't doing their job. So I don't know if they're the same guys, but I'm just letting you know. I think we need to monitor this a little bit better. $10,000 a month. I might as well just hire some kids out there and clean up the place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and Vice Mayor Sasai, you had a follow-up?
Yes, follow-up to item 9J on that resolution. In addition to street segment number 6 being explored for more findings to see if we can reduce those speed limits there, on segment number 7, which is the Old Town District, I'm curious if staff can explore designating that as a business activity district and the work involved with that. So per AB 43, there's 4 criteria for designating something to be a business activity district. And that corridor must meet at least 3 of the 4 requirements. The first one being it's no less than 50% of the adjoining property fronting the highway consisting of retail or dining commercial uses. The second being parking spaces located alongside the highway. Traffic signals or stop signs located at least every 600 feet and marked crosswalks not controlled by a traffic control device. I think that we would be eligible for that in Old Town District, so I'm just curious if that could be something that could be brought forward to the council.
Did you want to respond to that, or we just include it in?
Just gonna say we'll include it in our, research that we need to do on those 2 segments.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Great. So with that, we have the consent calendar, items A through J.
Thank you. And Mayor, I do have a question.
Oh, yes.
Just for clarification on item 9J. So I did hear mention of a correction of a typo. So we have a resolution in the packet this evening. Will we be adopting the resolution tonight with that correction, that one correction?
I think we need to have it come back with findings.
Okay, so the resolution.
But I want to clarify.
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you.
So the resolution is accepting the traffic survey. But we've also have some direction from council on kind of what you would like to see in the ordinance. So what I'd recommend is you can adopt the resolution with the modifications that you'd like to see in the ordinance, if that makes sense. And so those have been duly noted, and we have record of that. So we can't accept the resolution, which is accepting the traffic survey and report, and then receive the direction for the ordinance for next meeting.
Okay, and the ordinance, we would include the findings in that staff report.
That's correct.
Okay, great. So with that, do we have a motion for the consent calendar?
Vice Mayor, can you repeat your 9J? You had some modifications, but I couldn't remember them.
Yes, the only modifications would be to correct the error for street segment number 6, I believe. Is that correct?
7.
Number 7. And then bring back findings for segment number 6 and number 7.
And reducing number 6 from 35 to 30 with a -5 change.
And then for segment number 7, the goal would be to see if we can reduce it from 25 to 20.
So I'll move approval of the consent calendar with those modifications to 9J.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you for all of those reports. Appreciate it. Okay, next we have item 10A, and that's a public hearing. And this is a first read of municipal code and specific plan amendments related to housing element programs number 10, 12, 15, and regulatory consistency. And we have a report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and fellow council members and the public tonight. Tonight, again, as stated, we are conducting our first read for some housing element amendments to our zoning code and to our 3-corridor specific plan. You go to the next slide, please. So we've got a brief presentation. Just kind of give you a little bit of background. Of course, as you council is aware, we adopted and got our housing element certified this past year. That includes these programs 10, 12, and 15. As you're aware, I don't know if you're aware or not, but a lot of our programs have time issues associated with these programs, and so as part of our program, we elected these first set of amendments. We'll have another couple sets coming to you here in the next few months to basically update our code to meet state regulations that have been passed over the last 3 or 4 years. So just kind of give you again an update. Most of the updates are to our Title 17, our municipal code, as well as Title 5 in the Pinole municipal code. We looked at, it also requires us to update our specific plan with an ordinance to implement these changes for consistency. And of course, other revisions that are outside of the zoning code have been prepared for our regulatory consistency. Next slide, please. Slide, okay. So these are kind of just an overview of the amendments that are taking place. As you can see, you had a really big packet full of changes, red lines, and strike-throughs that we've gone through. And so these are the overview of those changes. So in Title V, in exemptions in terms of family daycare, again, this is a state regulatory definition that we had to change in our codes. So we've changed it across Chapter 5.12. We've also had to do a lot of amendment to our 17.20, which is allowed land use and requirements for multifamily residential permits. Those would need to be allowed in our OPMU and our OIMU zone districts in our specific plan, which is office professional mixed use and office industrial mixed use zone districts. And our large family daycare homes treated the same to be permitted in all our residential districts. Our group residential group homes permitted in our districts, as well as our RMU and CMU. So anywhere we had residential components would need to be updated. We also had to add some chapters in our zoning code required by state law, which is the low barrier navigation centers permitted in our mixed use and non-residential districts. Especially where multifamily residential is permitted, and of course for manufactured homes to be permitted in our RMU and religious institutions to be the same as permitting as clubs and lodges and not as a separate entity. So next slide, please. So again, with our allowed use land use definitions, again updating more of the family daycare stuff. Supportive housing, the target population, transitional housing consistent with state law. These are all have to be consistent with state law, and it was all part of the housing. A lot of the housing legislations has been passed over the last 3 or 4 years. We're catching up with all of that. We did a big revision to our 17.38 density bonus. That was probably one of our ordinances that was the most lacking in terms of catching up to state law, because there were a lot of laws that were enacted over the last 3 or 4 years period regarding density bonus. And so we went back through ours and redid our density bonus to basically adding supplemental procedures for the density bonus approvals, as well as the approval level of entitlement of where we can approve the projects, whether it's staff or planning commission. And we also included additional density bonuses beyond the state standard for provisions of senior housing. So that was something that we looked at. Next slide, please. And so in this, we included, these are new chapters of the zoning code in 17.61 and 17.62, again, being regulated by state law. And so we felt that because of those requirements, these needed new chapters. We couldn't institute these in existing chapters. So we created new ones so that it can show that we're consistent. And then by doing that with the glossary of terms, of course, we had to update all the glossary of terms and in all the areas, as well as in the specific plan, we had to designate the tables, which are 6.2, 6.8, and 6.14, which 6.2 represents the San Pablo corridor, 6.8 represents the Pinole Valley Road corridor, and 6.1, 6.14 represents the Appian Way corridor. So we had to really clean up all of the consistencies of what's permitted, what requires a conditional use, what's not permitted. Those are all included as part of your packet. We included all the land uses in there so that you can see where all the changes were made. All that. Next slide, please. So again, all of these amendments in terms of a CEQA, because we are required to adopt a CEQA document, and in this case, we are recommending that a notice of exemption is being forth as part of the section 15.061B3 that applies to only projects which have potential for causing significant effects on the environment. So we were allowed to exempt all of these sections from the CEQA guidelines, and staff is recommending that the council introduce the ordinance and waive the first reading and move forward. I also want to give a shout out to Justin Hsu. He did a lot of work on this project, and I'm the one giving the report, but he did a lot of the background work, and we also went through the municipal code subcommittee. We went through our planning ad hoc committee as part of the review of these changes as well. So these have been looked over very well. And also the planning commission, of course, we're asking you, actually it's the planning commission recommendation that you approve this ordinance. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Any questions of staff? Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Hannum. This is a great presentation and also great to see us update and modernize some laws regarding housing. Can you explain a little bit about, I know we have a number of initiatives and directives in our element that have gotten us here today, but are we, I guess 2 questions. Number 1, based on our current status of municipal code, let's say, for example, if this were not approved tonight or waived, our current status of municipal code, what are we currently, is there any enforcement happening between us and the state, or like what is our status here? Like, can you just explain where we stand with the state in regards to like our current code versus the updates?
Yeah, I mean, we're still responsible to be consistent with state law.
Okay.
So even though it's not in the ordinance, like the density bonus or anything, like the projects that came through a couple of years ago, all of our projects that came through, the residential projects, we had density bonuses and concessions and waivers and all of that, which really wasn't in our code, but it was consistent with state law. So we've been consistent with state law. Now it's just a matter of catching our ordinances up to those standards and doing that. So, and it just allows us again to, when we're doing projects, that it's easier to read, people can understand, it's in our code, it's, and that. So it doesn't really, there's no, we're not doing anything that's outside of state law, or even though it might not necessarily be in our code. So,
thank you.
Councilmember Murphy, I was going to add that I just lost my train of thought. I just had it and I just lost it.
No worries. I have one other question.
Okay. Will come back to me.
Just a question about the identification. I think it's 299 of the agenda packet on the Low Barrier Navigation Center. Can you just clarify? I think there were some folks in the community who feel like this addition means that we are building a Low Barrier Navigation Center. Help me understand whether or not we're building one, because I don't know if we approve one, but just if you can just clarify why this is being added, and also what this means for our city if it were to be approved.
We are not building at this point a low barrier navigation center. However, based on our, we are required to have one based on sea rise and all those types of things. So it's part of that, and being able to have the coordinating entry systems and and to be consistent with state law. We're not building one at this point. We are, and at this point, we have no applications for low barrier construction centers, and so facilities. And so that's kind of, unless, I mean, I'm not, did I answer that question, or?
I can add on to
Sure,
that.
yeah.
So we've created this section of the ordinance in order to comply with state law. So we need to have a process whereby in a zone for someone, if they wanted to construct this facility, that they're able to do so. And so we're
Gotcha.
complying with state law by creating that section of the code.
And just to clarify, we're required to have it in the code. We're not required to have one in our community. Obviously, we are going to support development as it comes and have those conversations. But I just want to clarify for folks in the community that we're not required to have a navigation center.
Correct. We're required to have the ability for one to be created, and we're creating that pathway.
And we also are adding it into different zone districts that would allow for that to be built in. So as well as like in the specific plan. So you'll see in the specific plan, you'll see a new title for low barrier navigation centers, and it says, whether they're permitted, not permitted, or conditional use permit, that type of.
Got it. Thank you for the clarity.
And then I did remember what I was wanted to communicate. So the first question that you had, we have 3 different slates of ordinances we'll be bringing forward to you pursuant to the housing element, and they're all required to be completed by April of next year. So I wasn't quite sure if that was also a part of your question, but I wanted to make that clear.
It was. I just wanted to, number one, I wanted to make sure we're in good status with HCD, and I also housing and community development for the state. And I wanted to also just ask about the timeliness of these ordinances and just kind of how we're prioritizing and why it's coming to us at this time. Not a big deal. I just wanted to know because, again, as we think about housing in Pinole, it oftentimes includes both a excitement about growth, and then there is some anxiety from some community members who've been here a long time about, why we're growing, why we're updating laws like this. And I just wanted to create some clarity both on the timing front, but also the openness of the law and what we're doing in this today's action versus what could be in the future. And so thank you for your clarity.
Yeah, I mean, and just one last comment on that is that in our housing element, we have an 8-year program to do. And so all of our programs have implementation timelines for us to complete these timelines. So this is the first set of timelines that we're coming up onto is April. So we're making sure that we're in compliance and we're doing our code amendments, and there could be some other programs that we bring forward as part of the implementation window that we have for these first 2 years. So
thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any public comments? Okay.
There are no public comments.
All right. We will bring it back. And I would just note to staff that, you have your annual report that's due to HCD on April 1st, and it would be really advantageous for us to check the box and have everything that we said we would do by April of 2025 done. So we look forward to having you bring a couple of more waves of ordinances.
They are on their way.
Yes. Okay. With that, is there a motion?
I move to approve, the city council approve the
adoption.
Waive.
Thank you. Thank you. It's reading from the agenda. Approve the adoption of, pardon me, I was not prepared for you. approve the adoption of the ordinance as presented, and, I'll read the whole thing. I move that the council approve the adoption of an ordinance consisting of the municipal code and specific plan amendments related to the housing element programs 10, 12, and 15 for regulatory consistency.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? I'll second.
I thought we were just waiving the first reading, or just for clarity in terms of process, this is coming back to other.
The motion can be to approve the ordinance on first read. Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
And we waive it because we don't read the full ordinance, if that helps for clarity.
Great. So it's not coming back to us?
No, it will come back on second read. Second read will be on consent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it?
Sure.
Questions? Okay.
Kind of quick.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. And then we have no old business. New business, we have a review of the updated development impact fee nexus study and recommended fee structure in accordance with AB 1600.
Thank you, Madam
it's you
Mayor.
again.
Here I am again. Okay. Basically, just kind of give you a little background on this item, and then I'll turn it over. We have our consultant from MBI here tonight, and he'll be doing the majority of the presentation, but I just kind of want to give a brief background on the project. We started this project back in December of 2018, and we retained Michael Baker to prepare our development impact fee study. And basically the purpose of that study is to analyze our cost for public facilities required to support new development in Pinole, and also to calculate capital impact fees in accordance with state law. We've included the attachment, we've included the study as part of the attachment A, as well as the second part, which is the wastewater capacity charge report in attachment B, that outlines the relationship between new development and the cost of facilities necessary to serve our growth through 2030. Our city program, our city current program was established in 2008, so we're a little behind, but not much. Since then, it's only been adjusted by the Consumer Price Index. So we have been increasing our fees slowly, which we're allowed to do through the CPI. And so with that, I am now going to turn it over to our consultant, Dino Serafini, from Michael Baker International, and to give the rest of the report. So if you have any questions after, of course, we'll be here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Council, if I could also just clarify as well. So tonight we have this on new business. So we're hoping to have you take a look at the report, provide any feedback, and then we will schedule adoption of the fees for a public hearing on the 21st of January. I believe that's the date.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Thank you, Dave, for the introduction. I'm not sure if you can see me because I'm not seeing my video, but hopefully you can hear me.
So we can see you and hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I can't see myself, but that's fine. I know what I look like. So yeah, as Dave said, we had started this process in 2018, and so it's taken a few years to get to this point. A lot of things have happened in the interim, but here we are tonight, and we would like to go over the fee with this brief presentation, and then set the public hearing in January, I believe. So if we can change the slide. So impact fees are one-time only fees. They are charged at the building permit, at the issuance of a building permit for all residential and non-residential development. So this is a means for development to pay for its fair share of the improvements that are needed to mitigate impacts. This is something that the cities are allowed to do by the Constitution, and it's well established through various court cases and the police powers of of municipalities to levy impact fees. One of the primary principles is that impact fees can only be used for capital improvements, for buildings or equipment. Cannot be used for annual operations, for day-to-day maintenance and paying salaries and keeping a building open. So next slide. So the impact fees are codified in Section 66,000 of the government code. Wastewater capacity charges are Section 66016 of the government code. Two different codes, that's why we have two different reports. They're very similar, capacity charges and impact fees. They follow the same rules. The fees must be reasonably related to the impact that's identified, that is caused by new development, and the new development can only pay for its fair share. It cannot be used to fund any deficiencies that the city might have with regard to facilities. Cannot pay, for example, to solve congestion on a highway. That has to be done with other means, through grants or through tax measures and that sort of thing. So the impact fee can only be used for what is required to serve the new development. And fees are then collected to build the facility or purchase the equipment. Next slide, please. So the facilities that we studied, the facility categories, public protection, police and fire, parks and recreation, including park or community recreation buildings, general government buildings, including, the city hall, the youth center. In this edition, we are including photovoltaic charging stations in government facilities, transportation, streets and roadways and those improvements, storm drainage, and then wastewater sewer capacity. Next slide. So we look at anticipated growth in Pinole, and we are using a fairly short time frame due to the fact that we don't have I believe a good projection for growth by the year 2030 or beyond. So I think having a short time frame coming off a period when growth has actually diminished, or population has actually diminished in Pinole over the last few years. We anticipate that turning around with the economy, but having looking at 6 years in advance and only with assuming a growth rate of 1%, which is pretty good for California in general. It might be higher in Pinole over the next several years, but the use of growth rates doesn't have that much of an impact on the fee itself. If you don't have growth, you're not going to collect fees, and you're not going to be able to build anything. But you don't need anything because you don't have any growth. So it kind of works hand in hand, the way that the fees are set up to be focused on what is actually built. And that's how you collect the revenue from what is built, and then use that money to fund facilities. In addition to a population, we have employment, as non-residential development also generates impacts. And we have an estimate for housing. These the growth estimates largely come out of the 3 corridor specific plan that identifies where most of the growth is going to be in Pinole. And once that those developments in that area start ramping up, we'll probably see more development, more housing, more employment growth. So next slide. So impact fees are all about serving the population, serving people. It's not about serving houses. It's the people who live in the houses and people that work in the buildings. So you have fire and police, they're serving a population. So that's why we develop what's called a service population based on the residential population and then a factor for employment. So workers in the fact that some of them live in Pinole, but many of them live outside of Pinole. They're not here all the time. We factor workers at about 54% of a resident. And that generates the service populations you see. So the existing service population is about 90% of what the new population, new service population will be in the year 2030. Next slide. So you'll see something a little bit different in this fee study than you've seen in the past. Because of a state law was passed in 2021, AB 602 modified certain sections of the Impact Fee Act. A couple of things were changed by by AB 602. One, fees on residential development need to be in terms of or proportional to the square foot, to the floor area. The idea behind that was to incentivize smaller homes, to avoid the incentive to build larger homes and pay less fee. If the fee is based on single family or multifamily, developer will build a larger house in order to maximize what fee he's going to pay. The idea behind AB 602 was to charge based on square footage. The problem with square footage is that we do not have a lot of data on the occupancy by square foot. But we do have data, the Census Bureau has provided data on occupancy by bedrooms for standard major statistical areas. So the Census Bureau provided data for the San Francisco, Hayward, Oakland SMA, which Pinole was part of, that identified these occupants per unit based on the number of bedrooms. So a studio, no bedrooms, about 1.23, then on up to a 5-bedroom home would have 3.82. So those are the numbers that we use. We use the occupancy of the unit times the cost per service population. So and it's different for every fee category. So for example, for police, cost per occupant is $476, and then parks up to $37.85. And so then this chart gives you what multiplying the cost per occupant by the number of occupants in the unit. So the next slide, I think, have our proposed compared to the current fee. And you can see where the current fee is in terms of single family and multifamily units. And the proposed set it out into 3 categories: 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 1 bedroom. And this is just for an example. And this shows you a kind of a comparison. Single family home, the current fee compares with the 3-bedroom home under the the current proposed fee structure, which is by the bedroom. The others are not quite the same. There's public facilities and equipment. That's quite a bit more than the single family. The 3-bedroom fire protection has gone down. It's primarily due to the fact that City of Pinole now is served by Confire, but the city does own the stations. So that is a facility that you would collect for. I think it's in terms of agreement with Confire that some of the facility fees would go to them. So transportation went up, a little bit, about 50%. And here was a comment by a member of the public how, and we'll get to the comparison, how the fee for transportation is so much less in Pinole than some of these other cities. And that's a good point. This is a low fee, and back in 2008, it was low as well. There isn't a lot of improvements, really high dollar value improvements that are currently required in Pinole. So you have marginal improvements to roadways, local roadways that could be improved to service new development. But by and large, you're not seeing the types of improvements, big roads and bridges and that sort of thing that you might see in some of these other communities that would drive the fee up to like maybe 10 times what you see here. Parks and Rec, not surprising, that is typically one of the larger costs, per unit or per bedroom in this case. Most cities, it's building parks is expensive. It's not only purchasing the land, but everything that goes in the park is quite expensive. And the city of Pinole has a high service rate or level of service for parks. One of the higher acreages per thousand. That's how we categorize or quantify parks, by acres per thousand people. So this is the subtotal here is just for the impact fee, those categories. This does not include the wastewater. I think if we go down to slide 12, but let's continue. Let's see what's on slide 9. This is the non-residential. So I put non-residential in terms of cost per square foot. I think that you usually see it in cost per 1,000 square foot, but this is basically the same. It's just to give a finer number to it, dollar per square foot. Nothing notable there. They didn't go up all that much, except in the I don't see it here. Okay. I was thinking we had in your report, you'll see a cost for food service levied in there. We didn't make that, put the food service in here. Was a substantial increase. Oh, I'm sorry, that's in the wastewater. Excuse me. You'll see in wastewater. So it's the next slide, please. So this is a total of all the fee revenues based on that growth in the year 2030. Projected revenues. Those are what's needed by this new development that we're identifying. The second column is general fund and other sources, and then the program total. So what this middle column is, identifies what the city would have to collect if there is an increase of the level of service, more than an incidental increase in level of service. And that would happen in public facilities and equipment. Remember, we have those photovoltaic charging stations. We didn't have those in the city now. So we had to include a component that the city would have to collect in order to build those, or in order to collect the fee, the city would have to come up with its own funding. So that's an example. Similarly, in transportation, we based the transportation fee on the percentage of vehicle miles traveled from new development, proportional to the 2030 vehicle miles traveled. So the new development's about 1/7 of what the existing development is. So the city would have to come up with $7.7 million to pay for those improvements. So, grant funding, measures, so forth, pay for that. And there's drainage is a good portion is what's called an unfunded requirement, $3.1 million. And I do have the wastewater here. So $4 million from new development, and general fund other sources, primary and wastewater. That's the sewer service charge, the monthly charge, or the service charge for sewer based on water use. So program total, all the capital improvement programs that are required, total about $42 million, of which new development would be responsible for 15 million, 15.5, and the city with existing development 26.9. So next slide should be the wastewater. So the AB 602, the requirement to charge by square foot, does not apply to wastewater capacity charges. So this is done the old way based on equivalent dwelling unit, the EDU, and we added various components of sewage. The constituents of sewage is flow is the big one, biological oxygen demand, total suspended solids, fat, soils, and grease. So all these components add different costs to the cost to treat and dispose of wastewater. So I pointed out food service was an added category, and we didn't have that in 2008. You can imagine food service requires a lot of water, there's a lot of components to it, and it's expensive. This is not by any means an unreasonable fee for food service. And this is per 1,000 square feet, in other words. So I think the next slide is the fee comparison. So our fees are increasing, if you include the wastewater, going from $22,000 per the single family, was single family in the previous study. Now for a 3-bedroom unit, it's $28,000. It's a little bit above average of these communities that we studied. And you see a lot of not applicables. And I point out the reason for that is a lot of these smaller cities don't use all the categories, or they don't put their studies in terms of different facility categories, police, fire, parks, public facilities, they all lump them together in capital facilities fees. And that's how they charge it. So, there's like El Cerrito, all they've got is a wastewater capacity charge, transportation, which is low at that, and the total fee. So all these cities, I imagine all 5 of these will have to be doing an update pretty soon. The AB 602 also requires that the Nexus study be done every 8 years. And we imagine we'll be seeing cities coming forward and wanting theirs updated. And I think that's it. So I'm open for questions.
Okay, thank you for that report. Are there any questions? Move to council member. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Serafini. Okay, pardon me, because I'm seeing a lot of numbers here and my eyes are going not as focused as I think you probably deserve, a council member, to ask you the question. So I'm going to be a little general. And this is based on what I often hear. Well, I shouldn't say I often. I hear from some members of the public when asking about how new development is going to impact physically. What they observe would be the physical changes on our streets and in the services that would be required for them. And these tend to be members of the public who would prefer that new development not occur. And their argument, or one of the points of their argument, is that the developers do not pay what you've presented here to be, based on study, a fair share of the costs associated with those additional services. So what I gathered from your presentation is that there's a relatively short period of time that's considered when calculating what is that fair share, and that relatively short period of time is 5 or 6 years, as presented here, and correct me if I'm wrong there, relative to the life, a decade, even minimally a decade, or a longer period of time that a member of the public might live in Pinole and observe the changes that happen. So why is that? I think is the question. I would like to be able to answer a little more clearly, if I've understood correctly, that fair share of impact fees paid by a developer and is sometimes perceived as not fair by members of the public. It may be fair to the developer, given the period of time in which they chose to submit their application, they were approved, and they eventually develop the project. But it seems to be at odds to the perception that some members of the public have, and also at this point, my lack of being really articulate about how to explain that perception versus the calculations, how these impact fees are calculated. So can you help me understand a bit better why it is that the fairness of these impact fees is regarded as fair?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. We use the term fair share because we're saying that these fees are based on a level of service that is established by the city in its general plan documents, or it's established by the facilities that are on the ground now. So you have, I was talking about park facilities. So the acreage of parks per thousand, I think it's over 3 per acre in Pinole. That is your level of service. So you can only charge in a fee what that level of service is, or what that existing standard of service is. That's what's fair. So the developer, it's not just the developer, it's a person that's purchasing the property, the home, or moving into it. They're going to be affected by the impact fee. So the state law is very specific that you cannot charge for deficiencies, whereas you may like to have a higher level of service. You cannot ask the developer to pay for that higher level of service unless the population is willing to match dollar for dollar what it's going to take to obtain that level of service. So the same goes for every facility category, and it's usually based on the size of the facility, the floor area, the investment in the facility, those things, how we come up with the level of service. So it's very much tied into what the city experiences now. And the idea is not to diminish the level of service to the existing population, that we're going to match services, provide new facilities, provide new parks, repair roads, what we need to do to keep the level of service up, to keep facilities in for existing development as well as accommodate new development.
Thank you. I have to absorb that. So pardon me. But I've got two other questions, much simpler. When does this proposed fee structure go into effect?
Well, there is a public hearing in January, I believe, January 21st. One of the things that AB 602 required is now there's 30 days. Used to be like 10 days of notice for public hearing, but in order to get that 30-day, and we had to postpone the hearing to January. Then there's a 60-day waiting period after that. After the hearing, then there's 2 months before the fees go into effect, before the new fee can be charged to a developer.
Okay, so
we're talking March.
Okay, so in the spring there would be a new fee structure for applications that come to us in 2025. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. If the resolution is passed in public hearing.
And I think Director Whalen wants to add to that.
I could add to that as well, in that the recent state law changed too, and with respect to development impact fees, we were previously collecting them at building permit issuance, and now we're not allowed to do that, and we collect them at certificate of occupancy. So that means that when we expected to collect development impact fees for some of the major projects that are coming on board will be delayed a few years while the project is being built. Excuse me.
Thank you. That has both positive and not so positive with regard to revenue generation, right? Okay, and thank you, Director Whalen. Your comments made me think of what I was trying to get at, and that is, do we get the benefit of these increased fees with the new projects that are underway?
So the two housing projects that are being built right now, they have already paid their development impact fees. We collected that at building permit issuance. The Appian Village project, the condo project, that one has its development impact fees locked in per SB 330. So they are subject to the development impact fees that were in place in 2021 when they were when they submitted their application. Yeah. And then the other two major projects, the BCRE project on Pinole Valley Road and then the Kmart project, those projects would be subject to the new fees, in addition to the Pinole Shores 2 project.
Thank you. Much simpler question for either of you, Director Whalen or Mr. Serafini. Food service has been mentioned. I'm not sure what we mean by that.
A restaurant or a fast food service, anywhere where food is served and prepared. Say prepared and served.
Okay, thank you. My mind went to the the food items that are given at the senior center and a larger program. So no, we're not talking about that.
Hopefully
Okay.
those are still not going to raise those prices.
Pardon?
We don't raise those prices.
Well, there is somewhat of a cost to those, so I was wondering whether this is what you were referring to. No, we're talking about the eateries. Okay, thank you so much. Those were my questions.
Okay, any other questions before we open up the public hearing? Okay, do we have any public, actually, this is not a public hearing, but any public comments?
Yes, Rafael Menez.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. Name's Rafael Menes, resident of Pinole, and I'm going to be brief about my comments because my phone is just about out of power, and I have some other comments later. There's a moderate degree of variance between the agenda packet and the presentation, and I assume that's going to be adjusted basically to have it match with the presentation because the presentation is more accurate. But I guess one point of question I have is that a lot of the averages seem to be calculated basically just comparing us to the higher values for Orinda and not treating the not applicables as zeros. And you can see that on page number 333 of the agenda packet. So it seems strange. And I guess I'm also curious as to why that drainage value is dropping to such a great extent between the current and the proposed values for drainage in particular, even though that's largely offset by increases in other subcategories. And
let me answer the question for the averages. Let me go to the my model.
Can we have our public speaker complete his comment and then we'll come back around for answers, please?
all right, so then moving back to my comment, let's see. I also had questions with regards to the allocation of certain subcategories with regards to the institutional category, but again, I was informed that that was largely due to differences in the agenda packet and the presentation being at variance. But there were also some categories even then where for stuff like drainage and transportation, the values seemed different. I'm sorry, it's a bit tricky to do cross comparison between what's in the agenda packet and what's in the presentation with only having access to one here digitally. And was there something else? Oh, right, and I guess the final point was a lot of what we might expect to see in things like transportation and so on ties into stuff like maintenance, but impact fees explicitly aren't allowed to include maintenance. They're just new construction. So that's a factor to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Serafini, if you want to address that one comment that you started to respond to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought that he was finished. So, right, if we're going to include a community, we should state that its value is 0. So if it doesn't have a fee in that category, then it shouldn't be NA, it should be 0. So that this would tend to drop the average quite a bit. So the only comparable city, in terms of the fee, would be Orinda. It has, owing to the fact that its park fee is so much, and it has does have transportation, does have drainage, so it's $25,000. So, if you were to put zeros in everywhere, the average would be, average total fee would be only $8,000. Oh, no, excuse me. No, the average would be 13,000. I don't include the sewer districts because I'm only putting them in for their wastewater capacity charge, so they would not have other fees. So the average, if just going by the total, would be 13,000 versus what we show is 22,000. So.
Madam Mayor, if I can
Yeah,
ask Dino. Dino, you don't have off the top of your head or somewhere the last time that these cities updated their development impact fees, do you?
I don't. And it wouldn't be a difficult thing to do. I think we have the fee schedules themselves, and they indicate when they were adopted. I could look at like Albany, for example. Let's see if I could find it right away, real quick. So their master fee schedule looked to be from, so for the capital facility, it's actually dated 2023, but that's probably just when it was updated by the inflation factor. The actual Nexus study, I'm not sure when it was done.
Yeah. So Dino, we have to go back and we would look at the oops. You there? Okay. Yeah, we would have to go back and look at the enacting resolution.
Right.
And the date of that.
That's available online.
Yeah.
Or the ordinance.
But I think that is an important factor to consider is the age of some of these cities' fees, and we haven't updated ours since 2008. So,
yeah. The other thing I would state that instead of an NA, it's an NA because, for instance, the city of Orinda is not collecting a fire fee, but Moraga Orinda Fire District may well be collecting the fee, and the same goes with San Pablo and Con Fire. So, there's some different variations as far as these are just the fees that those municipalities are collecting, but there's other services where other entities may be collecting the fee. Yeah. Okay, and yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to just reiterate for the fee comparison. So I know we're not at the public hearing yet, but I think we can do better to make sure we just have fee comparisons that are a little bit more like Pinole in this case. I know these cities are near Pinole, but I don't know if, from what I'm saying, it's not necessarily that these cities are as similar in terms of the calculation. Is there a way that we can maybe maybe by the public hearing have a fee comparison of like cities, maybe even other counties? I mean, I think Moraga is probably a example of one that could stay because they have the fire district and then they also have a city of Orinda. But it's not, again, it feels like I'm doing a fee comparison, but it's not actually a fee comparison. It seems like there's a couple cities that have been chosen that are near us, but I don't know if that's actually what when we need to make a final decision, I don't think this chart is going to help us make a final decision. I think including also the timeframes of some of these cities would be helpful, but I'm thinking we may need to look at other counties as well of cities that are similar to us, unless we have them in the county. But I'm just not sure. I actually don't have that information. I did want to reiterate Mr. Menace's question about the drainage fee decrease or the proposed fee for drainage decreasing, and then can you also elaborate on why the proposed fee for fire is decreasing? If you said that already, apologize, but I just want to know why the drainage and fire is proposed to decrease.
Well, the drainage is It's a good point. It is quite a bit lower than what it was in 2008. A couple of things happened. We have different, assuming different densities. We're assuming much higher density. Higher density buildings typically, because of the fact that they're stacked up, their drainage impact is not any different than a one-story. For example, a 5-story building generates as much runoff as the same coverage on 1 story. So the fact that we're using quite a bit of the development projected to 2030 is multifamily, is higher density, that tends to drive the drainage costs down. And the fact that drainage nowadays has to be done largely on site for anything for non-multifamily, the drainage improvements has to be, green development. So that tends to reduce the cost. And there aren't a lot of improvements that are indicated by the city and the capital improvement plan for drainage. And that's a big driver of this. It's like as it is for transportation, what improvements are you proposing? What improvements do you need? And there hasn't been a lot identified in that regard, probably because whether it's not needed or it hasn't been analyzed. I believe at one point there was going to be a drainage study that was going to be conducted. I don't believe that was ever done, or I'm not sure where it is in the process. If that, you could always come back and revise or revisit one category or another to bring it up to date if there has been more information provided. And that would probably be a good area to look at. As for the fire department, with the switch to Confire, the apparatus belongs to Confire, whereas the stations belong to the city. And by agreement, they're occupying those stations. So that's typically a big requirement in impact fee studies is paying for new engines. So Confire did buy a new engine, but it's parked way out in, I forget the city now, but its cost will be spread out over all the service users, the contractees, contract cities that use their services. So.
Okay. So I'm just wondering if, Mr. Serafini, the statements that you're making, are they assumptions? Are they, do you have a legal basis on them? So for example, like the drainage, I'm seeing in our capital improvement program, we have nearly $1.3 million for like drainage improvements. That's just like that's under 2 projects. And then again, you mentioned like the possibility of having a storage drainage master plan or something to that effect. So I'm wondering if what you're saying is an assumption, or is it an assumption that's making that number lower, or if I'm missing something. And then the other side of this is on the fire perspective. It's, we have a contract for fire service with Confire. We haven't consolidated or annexed. So I'm wondering if even that assumption that you're making would.
Well, I don't believe it's an assumption. I think the apparatus does belong to Confire.
The apparatus
and
of
you
buildings.
can correct me if I'm wrong, but reading the agreement, that's what I see. If it's not true and everything that it's in Station 74 belongs to the city, then you would add the cost of those facilities, that equipment to the fee. So that's one area you could look at just to verify that. And as for assumptions, a lot of assumptions are made in these things. They're educated assumptions based on our experience. For storm drainage, we assume a rate of runoff that's different for higher density development than single family. So that's a factor. We assume that it holds for Pinole. It's general standards or general practice numbers that we use. But I guess you could call them assumptions.
Okay, so to city staff, I just want to reiterate, when we look at this at the next public hearing, the fee comparison would be a great thing to relook at and see what we can do there. And then just making sure, again, like whether they're educated assumptions or not, like just making sure that the understanding of what's to come and basically the impact of the development that's happening, I think is really, I just want to make sure like we're making a strong decision here, and especially we're not making it tonight, so it's fine. But when it does come back, I expect kind of like a better understanding of just kind of like what assumptions are made and what are just like, I guess, a legal basis or just a very clear evident, because I'm not seeing that now. So it could just be 940.
Let me tell you, the Mitigation Fee Act does mandate a nexus study. It does not tell you how to do a nexus study. It doesn't tell you the process for doing it. It doesn't tell you what assumptions to make, what standards to use. A lot of that is left up to the practitioner. We can identify what is something scientifically determined versus something that is based on our engineering knowledge. I'm a civil engineer by education, so maybe I assume a lot of things that people who don't have that background would tend to question, tend to wonder where the numbers come from. I don't think there's a lot of that in the study. I think things are documented fairly well. So I don't think it's all made up, for example. But you have to make some assumptions. You have to decide on where you're going to fall on whether this is the correct number to use or this is the correct number to use. And to the extent that we have data to go by, like the bedroom counts, for example, you're very lucky in Pinole that you're part of where the study had taken place. Or some cities don't have that number to go by. How many people live in a house based on its bedroom count? Only have that in the San Francisco, Hayward, and Oakland statistical area. So, you're out of luck if you're located someplace that does not have that data. And it's very hard to find it. But, AB 602 says you will set your residential fee proportional to the floor area, or state why you can't do it, why it's not practical, or why it's not a good way to do it, not a good metric. And I think in this case, it's well founded that we don't have a lot of data on how many people tend to occupy a house based on its floor area. We do know how many people work in a non-residential, in a retail or a factory or a warehouse based on its floor area. Those numbers are available. But not, all the data we have, for example, from the Association of Traffic Engineers is data based on what's the trip generation rate per single family unit or per multifamily unit, not based on square foot. So I understand the law, the requirement in order to incentivize smaller homes, but it makes it very difficult to do these kind of analyses. And again, I think we were fortunate that Pinole could take advantage of the study that was done that shows the number of occupants per home based on the bedrooms. And this has been done. It's not you're not setting a precedent here. The bedroom count is pretty much standard now, the use of it. So.
Okay, thank you. And Director Whalen had something to add.
Yeah, so if I could, Madam Mayor, council members, I think what I'm hearing is when we bring this back for public hearing, to do a better job of documenting in the study the areas where we had to make assumptions on certain things and footnoting those areas. If I'm hearing that from the council, we can do that. And then I'm also hearing some more diving into the comparable cities. It would be helpful, I think, to hear from Dino on what he thinks is best for us to look at in terms of comparable cities. If we should be looking directly in our area because we're looking at losing potential development to another city that's nearby, or if we're really looking at population size. So if we could give some more guidance on that, I think that would be helpful.
Did you want his reaction now or something to include in the next report?
I think it might be helpful if he does have a reaction right now for the council to hear that.
I do, as a matter of fact. These fee comparisons, they seem to take on a life of their own. And I understand why they're done, because you want to compare yourselves to a similar city. Whether that similarity is due to location, to size, to socioeconomic category, there's different ways of ascertaining or characterizing a city. What makes that city comparable to Pinole? The idea is typically to stay within the area for the reason Lily mentioned, is that those are your competitors for housing, for example. One idea is just go statewide and see what other cities are been charging. The Turner Center at Berkeley has done this sort of analysis for the last several years, and we could cite those numbers as comparison. Some Bay Area cities that they've been tracking. City size is a good metric or a good comparison. The idea, though, that you would look around for cities that have the similar fee structure sounds to me a little bit, I don't know, self-serving, right? I mean, you want to find cities that are charging the same thing. I'm not sure you're really advocating that. We put together a list of cities. We agreed on those cities that we are going to check, and that's what we did. We can go and find a few others that we think might be good matches, and throw that in the mix and see what happens. As we state, there's a lot of reasons why fees are different. There's different types of funding that cities take advantage of. There's different ways of doing the nexus study. Like I said, there's no formula. There's no cookbook arrangement that the state gives you. They just say, do the nexus study, and just come up with that fair share. Tell us what the improvements that you need to serve this new development, and show us what deficiencies you have and what your level of service is. We do those things. We follow the 5 principles that are listed, but how to do a comparison, that's not part of the nexus study. It's just what city councils want to see, the comparison, to see where they are. And I agree with that. That's something that's worthwhile, but the cities that we chose, they don't have the same fee structures, maybe because they're old. We look to see if any of them have been updated over the last few years and see if that changes anything.
Thank you. Well, I would just ask on the fee comparison, if under Orinda and San Pablo, you do something similar to what you did for Central San, East Bay Mud, and West County Wastewater, and that is include Moraga Arinda Fire and Con Fire for those two cities. I know El Cerrito has its own fire department. Rodeo Hercules there's a fee in here, so I'm just going to assume that that's going to their fire district. That would help me out. So bringing this back, do you have enough direction or we're to review and comment on the development impact fee study and recommend a fee structure and schedule a public hearing for adoption of the fees? So
I heard some direction to do some more work on the competitor cities to document better the assumptions that are in the study. Those are the two things that I've heard so far.
Okay.
And just so we're clear, the public hearing, does that require public notice through the how does that?
Correct, through the newspaper.
Through the newspaper.
Our normal public notice requirements, with the exception that it needs to be 30 days in advance, not 10 days of the public hearing. The notice needs to be provided 30 days in advance of the public hearing.
Okay.
Okay, with that, is there a motion?
I move to accept staff's recommendation to schedule a public hearing on the recommended fee structure.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you for that report.
You're welcome. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you. You too. Okay, with that, we're going to move to our second citizens to be heard. And this is for citizens that did not have an opportunity to speak during the first citizens to be heard. And we have Mr. Menace.
We do. Mr. Menace, Rafael Menace.
Indeed. Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace, resident of Pinole, and I'm going to see how many of the items I can get through here before I run out of power. So first off, with regards to COVID-19 rates, it looks like the overall wastewater rate has dropped down to 1.66 per 100,000, which is quite a bit better than it was, say, back on August 10th, when it was at 8.13 per 100,000. But I would also note for the community's benefit that there often tends to be an increase in the COVID wastewater rate and infection incidents starting about now and peaking around mid-January, just in terms of the holiday rates. We haven't seen that increase yet because the data is a bit backtrending, but based on the charts that we can see for the past several years, I think it's reasonable to anticipate that a similar thing will happen again and to prepare for it. So even though current levels are pretty low, I'd still urge maintaining caution as the holiday season comes through, and definitely getting your booster shots for COVID and flu if you haven't done that already. Secondly, with regards to the election results, I'd like to congratulate my opponent, Roy Swearingen, on his likely victory. Although all the votes haven't been counted yet, the vast majority have been, and I believe currently there's a 999 vote margin between us, which is unlikely to change significantly. So congratulations on his victory. I appreciate all the votes of those who, did vote for me. I got roughly the same number of votes as I got last time, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate everybody who, worked to support my campaign behind the scenes or directly going around door to door with me or contributing to my campaign. Just want to note my appreciation in that regard. And finally, I want to highlight the oath of office that people took as candidates and that you all will have taken as council members, and in particular the bit that states that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that's in the California State Constitution, Section 3. And I think that's important to highlight because based on some of the choices and statements that the president-elect has made, I believe that you may be called upon to honor that oath. And I want to be clear that I don't mean that just in terms of regular cabinet appointments or whatever random actions the president might make. And can I have a few more seconds to finish? I'm talking about stuff like, for example, if the president abused his power under Section 3 of Article 2 to adjourn the Senate and House if there wasn't a disagreement between the two houses. If he said, I'm just going to arbitrarily claim the power to adjourn the houses, or if he claimed the power to impose a constitutional amendment without it going through the regular process, because ordinarily the presidency doesn't have any particular power with regards to constitutional amendments. That goes through the Congress and then through the several states in order for that to be amended. When I'm talking about declaring somebody the enemy of the Constitution, I'm talking about doing stuff that's a blatant, obvious violation of the Constitution. And there's a lot of things the president could do that you might think are blatant, obvious violations of the Constitution that don't rise to that level. Creating internment camps, for example, that's under the Alien Enemies Act. That's presumptively constitutional, as much as I despise it under Korematsu. So that's not what I mean when I'm saying be ready to defend the Constitution. I'm talking about active violation of the powers of other branches of government. So if that happens, and I suspect it may, I'm calling on you to be ready for that to happen and to be prepared for what actions you might need to take as office holders in defense of our Constitution.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that,
We do have one comment online. Telephone caller, last four numbers 5748.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Anthony Bosbrink, citizen of Pinole. I would like to comment and ask a couple questions regarding a few things. Can somebody on the staff give us an update on the different properties in the city that were pending construction or reconstruction, the Safeway Tower Hills project update, negotiations or whatever have you call it. The caretaker house was noticed that Public Works was doing a lot of work there over the last few weeks, like half days at a time. They were just putting up electrical lights. I thought they were stringing a Christmas tree or a Halloween theme or cruise ship, but they got over a dozen exterior lights on. Are they fixing that place up to do something or sell it? Along with the question, do we have an update on the Korea House property? Is that pending some kind of a negotiation to sell or to keep or to renovate, and other properties similar to that? And lastly, the lights on Pinole Valley Road, you can let the city manager or staff know. I think half of the lights on Pinole Valley Road, which were put up by the late Dean Allison, hopefully you're going to maintain that same look of those vintage green lanterns out there that are half lit and half out. But the top half of Pinole Valley Road there, from Mechanics Bank all the way up to the end on those the medial strip of the green lanterns, come on about 1 to 1.5 hours, if not later at night, till like 7 o'clock at night. But the bottom half by Sprouts and Kaiser's halfway working with their light outages. So is there a daylight saving switch you can button or push or get somebody on the staff to check that? Because I know a lot of people don't live in the city or open their eyes after 4 or 5 o'clock to drive through the city to see what's happening. when it's starting to get dark at 4:35, 5 o'clock in the evening now. Same thing goes for all the locks on the bathrooms. They're supposed to be set to timers. You can ask Mr. Mishra and Mr. Bingham about that. They're supposed to be set for an hour an hour before sunrise, and to stay on an hour past sunset. But they're all discombobulated now with the daylight savings, and they're 1 or 2 hours off in all the public bathrooms, not to mention the bathrooms in the Pinole Valley playground and the dog park area need to be addressed to have them.
Can you wrap up?
Steam cleaned and painted, and put guardrails in the bathrooms like all the other bathrooms have in the city, inside the bathrooms, as well as what happened to those 12 green receptacles we're supposed to get out in the Pinole Valley Park, Dog Park, and the Barbecue Grove area, the new trash cans. We're still waiting for those recyclable trash cans.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we are going to adjourn to the regular city council meeting of December 3rd in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. And thank you all.